aka Papilo, for the latest and trending sports stories. Always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Motorsports, athletics, whatever you want to talk, and everything in between. Yes, but we all know what's going on currently in the top 5 leagues in Europe. We've got big matches across all divisions in the top 5 leagues. In the Premier League, we've got matches between Leeds United and Manchester United. Everton will be taking on Brentford. Fulham will be taking on Liverpool. Newcastle will take on Crystal Palace. Tottenham will take on Sunderland. Manchester City and Chelsea. That's a big game for today. In the Spanish La Liga, it's Sevilla against Levante. Real Madrid against Real Betis. Alaves against Real Sociedad. Mallorca against Girona. And Real Sociedad against
for those F1 fans out there, try and make you or let you into most of the adjustments that are set to take part in the oncoming season. So, of course, as always, it promises to be very exciting, and we ask that you do stay with us through this marathon edition.
Show won't be complete without you. You can join in via the phone lines and the SMS and the WhatsApp portal as well. For the phone line, it's a 0810-951-0951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, 0701-9339-962 to join in and be right where the conversation is going on. So let's turn it up and stay locked in as we get ready to start cooking. Yes, Lazio and Napoli right on our screens at the Stadio Olimpico. 2-0 Napoli lead against Lazio in the first half. 3 minutes of added time, and Napoli still pressing. But we won't be starting off with football. We'll be starting off with tennis. And the ATP Tour has implemented a significant update to its ranking system effective the week of December 29, 2025 as the 2026 season began. This change reduces the number of countable tournaments from 19 to 18 for a player's official ranking points, aiming to give top players more scheduling flexibility and reduce overall physical demands on the calendar. The key details of the rule change: the previous system up to the end of 2025, a player's ranking was based on their best result from up to 19 tournaments over the rolling 52-week period. This typically included the 4 Grand Slams, which were mandatory, the 8 mandatory ATP Masters 1000 events, the players' next 7 best results, the best order from eligible tournaments such as the non-mandatory Monte Carlo Masters 1000, ATP 500s, ATP 250s, challengers or other events. The ATP finals counted as a bonus, the 20th event for qualifiers without displacing other results. Now, the new system, which is starting 2026, only the best 18 results count towards the ranking. It still includes the 4 Grand Slams and 8 mandatory Masters 1000s. Now limited to the players' best 6 order results, down from 7. ATP finals remain a bonus for qualifiers. Additional adjustments: top 30 commitment players based on year-end 2025 rankings are now required to play only 4 ATP 500 events per season, down from 5, with Monte Carlo countable towards this quota and at least 1 500 after the US Open. The change was applied immediately after the end of 2025 by removing each affected player's lowest best order results from their 2025 breakdown. Now, this aligns the ATP more closely with player welfare concerns, as the tour has faced criticism for its demanding schedule. Now, how does this impact the top 10? The adjustment caused 7 players in the top 10 to lose points. Their weakest countable non-mandatory results they did lose, but no positions changed within the top 10 due to the small deductions. Carlos Alcaraz, who is the world number 1, unaffected, 0 points lost. Yannick Sinner, world number 2, unaffected as well, 0 points lost. Alexander Zverev, world number 3, 50 points lost. Novak Djokovic, world number 4, 10 points lost. Felix Auger-Aliassime, world number 5, 55 points lost. Taylor Fritz, world number 6, 50 points lost. Alex de Minaur, world number 7, 55 points lost. Lorenzo Musetti, number 8, 50 points lost. Ben Shelton, world number 9, 10 points lost. Jack Draper, world number 10, unaffected, 0 points lost. Alcaraz and Sinner and Draper likely had fewer than 7 strong best order results counting, so removing one didn't affect them. Well, the broader impact on the rankings: the top of the standings remained stable, but lower down, small points losses caused minor shifts. In the top 20, only Yuri Leheka dropped 10 points and fell 1 spot to number 18. Karen Kashanov rose to world number 17. In the top 30, Luciano Darderi and Talon Grexpo swapped places, now number 25 and number 26 respectively. Notably, moves outside the top 30, Joao Muna rose 3 spots to number 33. Corentin Moutet up 1 to now world number 34. Brandon Nakashima and Stefano Tsitsipas each dropped 2 spots to number 35 and number 36, impacting potential Australian Open seeding. The biggest loser was Pablo Carano and Busta, who fell 4 spots from number 89 to number 93. Going forward in 2026, players will have 1 fewer best order slot, potentially encouraging more selective scheduling or focus on higher level events. This change is part of broader ATP efforts to address player fatigue while maintaining competitive integrity. Well, before I get Alexander's view on that, 45-year-old and 7-time Grand Slam singles champion Venus Williams has been awarded a wildcard entry into the main draw of the 2026 Australian Open. This marks her first appearance at the tournament in Melbourne since 2021 and the first Grand Slam match outside the United States since Wimbledon 2023. She also becomes the oldest woman to play in the Australian Open main draw, surpassing Kimiko Dutt's record from 2015 at age 44. Key highlights of Australian Open history: Williams has reached the final twice in 2003 and 2017, losing both times to her younger sister Serena Williams. In her last appearance in 2021, she won her first round match but suffered a heavy second round defeat 6-1 6-love to Italy's Sarah Errani. For 2026, she warms up for the big events as Venus has already received the wild cards for 2 lead-up events: the Auckland Open, a WTA 250 tournament in New Zealand, and the Hobart International in Tasmania. All right, now, Alex, Venus Williams coming back, 45 years of age, Australian Open, a wildcard draw. We saw her come back. She made a surprise comeback last year in July 2025 with a wild card to the Washington DC Open. After declining one for the Indian Wells in March, she upset compatriot Peyton Steers in the first round despite having no ranking. Then she played the Cincinnati. She had the first round lost and received a wild card to the 2025 US Open, where she lost in the singles first round to seeded Karolina Muchova but reached the doubles quarterfinals with Canada Leila Fernandez. This time, she makes a comeback for another big event. Is this another inspirational comeback, or are you looking at they should have just given this wildcard to someone much, much younger?
You definitely want to go the way of them giving it to someone who could compete a little bit more. You'd expect her to, yes, no doubt. She's great for her levels, and she's currently playing very well since her return. 45 years of age, and she looks very well up and about the court. But at the same time, you want someone who's younger. Now, the first thing about age is that age does not lie. OVA, if you've watched most of her games since her return, she does well in the first set and goes to sleep in the second almost instantly. So if it's a game where she beats her opponent with her experience and energy in the first set, as soon as he gets to the second set, she looks gassed. And from that point on, there is no fight. There is basically no fight. I watched a game versus, was that Muchova, where she took the first set 6-3. And then the next one, her energy levels instantly went down. Muchova took the second set. I went on to bagel her in the third set, the deciding one. So in that case, and then bringing it into a Grand Slam tournament, you do not expect her to at least hold up. Okay, imagine if the women were playing up to 5 sets. Would she even bother showing up? But it's not a 5-setter, it's still a 3-setter. Obviously, the neutrals love it. It's another chance to see one of your biggest stars. You would love to see any of the Williams sisters back on the courts doing their thing. But at the same time, like I always say, there has to be a point where you just say, oh, I can't really compete again. I am able to do certain things which I can't do for long periods of time. I can stun, I can play out on the court, but I cannot do that across 3 sets. And that once you understand that reality, you're just going to accept it and you're going to move forward with it. So right now for Venus, I would definitely agree with you on the fact that I think she could have probably sat this one out and left it to a younger opponent, someone with the energy levels to match and compete with this, because it's the first Grand Slam of the year. It's not something to joke about, and it just feels like whoever has that matchup versus Venus will go into it as the favorite, a clear and obvious favorite. And if you're anybody who studies her level or who has studied her levels in recent times, you would know exactly how to navigate that match and how to, like I said, her first setters have been perfect because of, one, her energy levels, which are sustainable to a certain point, and then of course her experience, which she has garnered from years and years of playing on the top stage. So she's going to go into that, and her opponent is thinking in the first set, tire her out as much as possible, wear her out. Even if you don't take it, the second set is for you to kill. I said in most of her second set matches, she loses, and she loses pretty badly. So you turn that in your tide and you try to use it against her, and you're definitely going to be on the front end of a potential victory against her. So I mean, anybody that looks at it would want to, of course, be humble about it and say, oh no, it's still a competitive game. But at the same time, is it really a competitive game? It just stresses the issue once more of a prestige in the tennis industry and how much of a name you've made for yourself, because I cannot guarantee that this would have been given to anyone else. I mean, it's a Williams sister, so it's one of the reasons why she's been handed that opportunity to play at the Australian Open. But definitely I think a wild card should have gone to someone younger, someone who can really compete. I mean, look at Louise Boisson at the French Open last season. Who would have expected her to get to as far as the semi-finals, boosting up her ranking? She came into that tournament outside of the 1000, the WTA 1000. As we speak, she's currently around the first 100 in the WTA. So I mean, you have to give those opportunities to people who can compete, and I don't really see the fight in Venice. Like I said, lovely to have her back on the court for the neutrals, for those who wants to see any of the Williams sisters take the court and do what they knew how to do, or what they dominated the tennis years for years, and get to see them do it again. But at the end of the day, it is not the best when we are talking about competition or someone's potential to get as far as possible in that tournament.
All right, and Ogugo Henry joins us on the show. Henry, good afternoon to you. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Happy Sunday,
afternoon, Alex. Happy Sunday to you guys, and good afternoon and happy Sunday to all of the listeners out there. Great to be here. Does Venus? I mean, she made it clear last year, after her final game, that she will be participating in the Australian Open. I'll probably be the only Grand Slam she'll be participating in this year, but I say probably because, like I said, there could be a change of heart later on. But definitely, age is not on our side. That you can say she will be traveling up and down in and around the place and making those movements. She's not as young as she used to be, or as she is. So, I mean, let's look at all the factors and everything. And yeah, you say why is she taking? Maybe a younger person should take the wild card slot, and we could end up seeing an upset. The Australian Open is one of those Grand Slams earlier in the year, especially in the WTA, where you get to see somebody go far and go further in the competition. So, truth be told, it's just one of those things or decisions they're indifferent about. She's still hanging around the sports. Her sister has left. She doesn't want to leave. But I think, let's just see how it goes. That's all I can say. But I think, I in a way, I buy into Alex's sentiment, saying that maybe, just maybe, drop it. Leave the sport. You're 45 now. I mean, your mates are no longer playing. If they are playing, it's for fun. Just doing recreational stuff, the 1 or 2 invitational charity tournaments or doubles. Focus on that and leave the singles for those that are willing or ready to compete. Because trust me, this wild card slot is just one extra or one person slot that you took by being there.
All right. For Alex, the rule changes being made in 2026 now. They say they are updating its ranking system. It's going to be effective, or it's already effective. Now, the changes reduce the number of countable tournaments from 19 to 18. Yeah, and it's already affected some players' rankings. For the top 10, well, none of them have actually fallen or risen, although some of them points have been deducted, but it still doesn't change any fact. But how does this affect the demanding calendar when you look at the ATP? Does it really go far to protect the players yet, or is this just a small bandage when you look at the bigger scheduling problem that the whole tennis and the whole ATP faces?
I was always talking about injuries, Uvi, and anytime I talk about injuries in both the ATP and the WTA, we are talking about number of matches. In almost every sport, we talk about matches. We say, is there a chance that we reduce the number of matches played so as to give these players a chance to compete more, stay fit more? Already, Uvi, lots and lots of priorities have been given to the Grand Slam tournament, and there's been a lot of focus around it. So that is that, and that fact is undeniable. But if you step away from it, particularly for those who do not realistically stand a chance, except for, I'll call it a miraculous run in any of the Grand Slam tournaments, except for those for the top candidates, the ones outside who do not realistically stand a chance, would look at the rest of the tournaments and say, this is a way to boost my ATP rankings. I look at the brothers of France. I think one from Monaco and the other one is just a French citizen, Valentin Vacherot, and his cousin Otto Rinderknech. I mean, look at their story, their progression through the remainder of last season. I mean, if we were talking about each quarter, I would say the last quarter of the season with on the ATP scene, and look at how they boosted, look at how far they went. Valentin Vacherot, who was ranked at the time outside the ATP 200, is now currently in the top 30. So it just shows how much can change in the space of a couple of tournaments. He had an excellent run. He dominated one of the ATP 1000s, winning it all the way against his cousin Otto Rinderknech. He went on to get to the quarters of the US Open. It just shows what the matches could do for your ratings or your rankings at the end of the day, and that's exactly how it played out. I mean, with these people we are referring to, it just turned out that it was just perfect for them in every way. So if you take that away from most of the competitive tournaments, and you try and say, okay, we do not have to count, because we have a lot more than 18 or 19 over here. We have lots of them, but they are saying that only specific ones can be counted towards your ratings now. So these players will have the satisfaction that instead of skipping one or two tournaments, I can actually skip 3 or 4, walk myself better towards Grand Slam. Because I said the most important thing for me is always being fit enough to play the Grand Slams. For me, that's always going to be the most important thing. But you'd see some of them, because of the fact that they've missed a Grand Slam or two, they don't know if they are going to make the next one based on where they are currently ranked, if they will be given a direct seeding, if they will have to wait for a wild card or any other possible scenario as it may be. And then you see them, they are already, sort of brainstorming, and they come up with the idea to play or give as much in the ATP 1000s to boost up their rankings so that they could potentially get, like I said, the main focus is always going to be the Grand Slams. So they are going to try and push for each and every competition that they come in, particularly the ATP 1000s, the ATP 500s. They will come into it, they'll be thinking, how do I maximize this opportunity to boost up my ATP rankings to return or potentially return onto that stage? And then at the end of the day, they may not even make it. Either one, they fall short and their rankings is not enough, even while fit, or two, they pick up an injury even after progressing or going thus far. So we want to see the injuries lessen. We want to see more active playing. And I mean, if this is a step, no matter how minute it is, it's a step that has to be recognized over here. So yeah, I definitely think that this is one step to reducing. First of all, I think I want to point out that positive impact to reducing the number of eligible tournaments that goes towards the players' ranking, and it's obviously a very, very welcome development to both the WTA and the ATP. And of course, you also want to see more and more people dominate and not to be set back by a couple rules or two, or which is why I'm so happy for this particular one, because at least now you get to see more, I would say more fun. It's a bit more fun because you might see more interchanges around the top 10, particularly when you look at the fact that apart from world number 1 and 2 being Carlos and Yannick respectively, the rest of the top 10 are closely interlinked or intermingled in terms of ATP rankings. So it's a very tight shape or scenario. If you're looking at it from world number 3 down to world number 10, it looks like the kind of thing that you lose 2 matches or you crash out early on in an important tournament, maybe not even a Grand Slam, and then we instantly see someone climbing up to take your place. So I would say it's more fun. I would definitely say it's more fun. It keeps them on their toes, and at the same time it reduces, or it gives them as little as it is, it gives them a one game less tournaments to worry about in terms of going for the ATP rankings. You can take that time to reflect. You can take that time to properly work on getting back to full fitness. There are just lots and lots of positives from it over here. So I mean, I can only see a very all positives from this particular rule change. And I mean, as little as it is, like I did say, it could be the start of something, the start that we've been calling for when as it pertains to teams and coaches and players, individual players, and the number of matches that they play, with the number of tournaments ongoing, both the friendly ones, even the friendly ones. We talked about the King's Cup, the money, the prize money attached to it. It's enough to make you want to come and put in your best. We talk about plenty ATP 1000s. Apart from even the rankings, sometimes it's about the cash money involved, and we see more and more of these players engage in them. So I mean, if there's a way to at least release or help onboarding with most of those games that they play, then it's definitely a welcome development.
All right, and let's take a look at the men's ATP 2026, the year to come, or the year that it is. And take a look at some of the players, some of the storylines, and what to actually watch this season. Well, in 2025, Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner completely owned the men's Grand Slam stage, winning all 4 majors and keeping every other player out of the finals. The longest such lockout since Alexander Zverev runner-up finish at the 2025 Australian Open. Well, Alcaraz even seemed to unlock another level after splitting with long-time coach Juan Carlos Ferrero, playing with newfound freedom and explosiveness. The only player able to crack their armor was 38-year-old Novak Djokovic, who alone defeated either of them at a slam and remarkably reached the semi-finals of all 4 majors. Still, Djokovic was openly questioned whether his body can repeatedly muster the 5-set intensity needed against the younger, more athletic duo. No one else came particularly close. Taylor Fritz pushed Alcaraz nearest to defeat, nearly forcing a 5th set at Wimbledon. Zverev form faded after early promise, while injury setbacks stalled the next wave of Ben Shelton, Jack Drabham and Arthur Fields. Top 10 stalwarts like Felix Auger-Aliassime, Alex de Minaur and Lorenzo Musetti have yet to reach a major final, though Auger-Aliassime closed the year strongly and enters 2026 with strong momentum. Heading into his age 39 season, Djokovic has embraced the more selective schedule, finding motivation in consistent wins over the rest of the field while acknowledging a lower ceiling against the dominant pair. Whether deep runs without titles will satisfy his legendary drive remains uncertain, but he has committed to playing at least through the 2028 Olympics to defend his gold medal. Now, Henry, with Alcaraz and Sinner dominating in the slams in 2025 and Djokovic in 2025, Djokovic still reaching all 4 semis. You're looking at age 38. Now he's age 39. The man says his motivation is the 2028 gold Olympic medal. set to defend. Is that really the motivation, or is it another major title that he's really looking at? He's already said that ceiling of I can't beat the top two, and he says he finds it more cool beating the guys lower, say below them. He's been able to do that, reaching at least last season back-to-back semi-finals in all the Grand Slams. And what do you expect from Djokovic heading into this season?
Reduce competition. I don't think he'll compete as favorably as he even did last season. I don't think he'll make 4 Grand Slam semi-finals like he did last season. Truth be told, because I think, okay, look at Sinner and Alcaraz, they look good. I think I'm looking at the likes of Taylor Fritz, Ben Shelton, and I'm expecting more from them. Alexander Zverev, I'm expecting more. Tsitsipas looks like he's overcome the back injury he had, although I don't think Tsitsipas will be much of an issue. But the problem is that Djokovic is 38, if memory serves me right. The man is not getting any younger. You're having young blood in and around the game or in and around the sports in tennis. So it's quite difficult to believe or want to see how Djokovic can actually maintain that level of consistency. We saw him lose several games, even in ATP tours and during the ATP tours, that he shouldn't or wouldn't have lost in the past. But we saw that happen last season. And what is the guarantee that it won't continue this season when you look at the fact that age is no longer on his side? His body is not the same. Just like when he comes up against Alcaraz or Sinner, he's going to be beaten and beaten well. And that's what we're probably going to see again this season. Will he make 1 or 2 semi-finals of Grand Slams? Yes. But do you see him making a final? I don't think he'll make a final unless somebody does him a favor and kicks out one of those guys before he'll probably get to face them. Then maybe then we could see something like that happen. But the thing is that age is not on his side. The levels are dropping from Novak Djokovic. So you're now wondering what sort of age you expect him to have in 2026. He's talking about 2028 Olympics. I don't think he's going to make it to the 2028 Olympics. And even if he makes it, I don't think he's even going to come home with a medal. No be bad belly. No be bad belly. It's not like football that is a team sport. Ronaldo can literally just stand up front and they feed him the ball. He does what he knows how to do best. Or Messi, who reduce the running. A lot of players around him do the running. He knows his vision for pass and his shots and his free kicks and his goals. So it's not football where it's a team sport. Tennis is an individual sport. So you have to be doing a lot of running. You have to cover or shuttle those short distances. Your reflex. Let's get one thing straight. The older you get, the more your reflexes tend to sort of in a way dwindle and reduce. So I mean, looking at all these factors, it just doesn't favor Novak to want to go far or have to go far as regards any major tournament in the ATP next year or this year, beg your pardon. So I just think maybe we could see him in Australia try to do something. Is his tough, is his court. But I think as the season goes on and you start playing more and more games, I don't think Novak is going to actually pull as much weight in Grand Slams.
All right. For you, Alex, Sinner, Alcaraz, what do you expect for them this 2026 season? More dominance, and do we expect more controversy for Yannick Sinner when it comes to those cases and all the drug scandals and all? What are you expecting from both tennis players this 2026 season?
I mean, I do expect dominance from both Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, because I understand the fact that if those two do not dominate, then the ATP has been thrown wide open again, and it becomes a free road for everyone, and anyone who chooses to step up to the plate, they could come there, have a good tournament, and you might see more surprises than you usually have. I mean, we've seen a pattern most of the times with most of the games where we are seeing a very should I put it as infinite pattern, both of them competing in almost all Grand Slam finals, both of them sharing all Grand Slam titles for the year. It is something that is expected to continue, because if it does stop, or let me just put in the instance that one of them is thrown off that perch where they can no longer kind of dictate their pace around the court or how they play and how they are able to dominate their opponents, then it becomes a one-horse race. Like, imagine a Carlos Alcaraz. I don't even want to think of an injury, because we've seen Yannick out for a long period of time, and he came back and still beat everyone bar Carlos. We've seen Carlos play games with an injured back, with an injured wrist, and still dominate. So it's the kind of situation where you do not know exactly how to explain it. It's something that everyone else has to play catch up to. It's that scenario where everyone else has to play catch up to. I want to liken this to I remember watching 4-5 seasons ago in the German Bundesliga, Bayern Munich playing at home to Bochum. They still had Robert Lewandowski as their striker. Bayern Munich had to have Davies sent off in the first 15 minutes to win that game 4-0. And I was just thinking about it, and I was like, the gap between a 10-man Bayern Munich team and an 11-man Bochum was so wide that you will probably send off 2 men and there will still be enough quality in that Bayern team to beat that Bochum side. If you take that into the tennis world, what I'm just trying to say is Sinner may have an injury, could be out for so long. He will come on the court and dominate, like I did say, Ben Shelton. Having an excellent, he was on a 10 to 15 game winning run, won the tournament before the Grand Slam, was looking pumped. And every US citizen, of course he's their boy, so everybody would like to gun for him. They were feeling so optimistic. They were saying, okay, what do you know, this could really be the year US citizen gets to pick up yet another Grand Slam, since I think Serena Williams herself. So everybody is feeling optimistic, and Yannick steps up and makes it look like child's play. In 3 straight sets, he beats Shelton with an ankle cast on his hand. Like how much sense does it make when you look at the levels where someone is almost physically handicapped and is still able to dominate, still able to do what he does on the court? So it's their head and shoulders. I think that one has been made clear. If there was even a way to go take it past head and shoulders and beyond, because I don't think it's just head and shoulders again, above everyone else. So it's always going to be a question of themselves. If they drop off, if they stop playing, or if one of them stop playing or functioning the way they do, what happens to the rest of the ATP? Because that's a more interesting scenario than let's say if both of them dominating or both of them falling off at the same time. What happens if one, maybe we watch one during the Australian Open, and either Carlos or Yannick does not seem like they're on it, or they look off it, and then after some time they seem to be figured out by not just themselves but by others too. The rest of the players look like they've gotten at least one of them figured out. So it becomes a very interesting scenario, because one now has the terms to dominate as long as they are still on their perch, while the other one looks slightly off it, and then it becomes very, very interesting. But of course, like I said, those are only speculations. We are talking of if, and if. So if we leave the ifs and we are talking about what is currently happening with those players, you'd see that nothing has changed. They've still been on that top form, on that top level that they finished 2025 in. It looks like they are set to go into 2026 on that same level, on that same perch, and it's just left to see how their first couple of games, particularly at the Grand Slam, go. You want to see opponents put up a better fight, at least just to see how it all goes. And then for Yannick's controversy, well, I don't expect it to repeat itself at all. I frankly do not expect any of those to repeat itself. I do think that was a slight mishap by Yannick and his entire team. I mean, if you want to be able to navigate a drug screening process, you want to be able to keep away from every single thing or everything that could turn against your favor, and that was not what happened. Particularly, we studied his case, the drugs that were found in his bloodstream, the percentage of it, which was 0.03, very minute. And of course, he did explain he had a wound on his body, and the cream from the masseuse's hand spilled into it, and that made up that percentage. So it's enough to find that and to give him a ban. But I mean, the circumstances, he did explain the percentages found in his body, not large enough, not even substantial enough to involve or affect in any way. But I mean, it was a slight misunderstanding, and I do understand, or I do think that it's been made more of an issue. It's been escalated way more than it actually seems. So I do not expect that to repeat itself. I definitely think there would be more care. He did have lots and lots of discussions about replacing his team after that incident, but I think he stuck with them. He's even recalled the Masoud that made that mistake, just kind of telling everybody that this was a mistake and a mistake to remain. I'm willing to look past it. And as much as I always think that all those doping allegations will always have a stain on your career, I definitely do think that. But I think it was a bit, maybe I would say a little too overdone, overemphasized by the tennis world, as it is with most of everything. Look at in the WTA section too. We also had the lady who was dominating and then found guilty of one or two doping scenarios, and then since then it has always been some sort of stigma that has been just pasted on them. So regardless of those who understand the facts of those doping allegations, regardless of how the verdicts turned out to be, the length of the ban, if they were found guilty or not guilty, all of that was involved in those process, I mean, it is always going to be overemphasized, and I think it's always going to have a blip on your career. But if you take that away, I don't think that there would be any more controversy if you are referring to Yannick Sinner and of course the allegations against him going into the season.
All right, before we get on with the stories, let's take a trip to Elland Road, where Leeds hope to continue their 6-match unbeaten run as they look to survive relegation in the Premier League. They take on Manchester United in the Premier League, and Leeds United set up in a 3-5-2 formation. Lucas Perry in between the sticks. For the 3-man back line, it is Yakabiol in the center. On the left is Paka Strugic, and on the right is Sebastian Brunau. For the men in the midfield, Gabriel Goodmanson on the left midfield, or say the left wing back, Anton Stach in the midfield, Ilya Gruev. In the middle, Brendan Aronson in the right midfield, and James Justin in the right wing back position. And the 2 men up front is Noah Okafor and Dominic Calvert-Lewin on the left and the right respectively. For Manchester United, they set up in a 3-4-2-1 formation. St. Lamens in between the sticks. The 3-man centre-back, Pierre-Lisandro Martinez on the left, Aiden Heaven in the middle, Leniero on the right. For the midfield, the 2-men pivot, Manuel Ugarte and Casemiro. The left wing back is Luke Shaw. The right wing back is Diogo Dalot. And in the attacking midfield, you might say Matheus Cunha on the left and Patrick Dogo on the right, and then the lone man up front is Benjamin Sesko. Henry, can Manchester United get 3 points from this match? Yeah, because I'm looking Leeds
In recent times.
Yeah, in recent times. They've not lost their last seven. And they played Liverpool twice and Chelsea in that period. So, I mean, confidence. We also had, they almost got a point against Manchester City as well. They look like a side that are actually brimming with serious confidence. So you're wondering how we actually stop this Leeds from actually playing or making things. But they're not sitting back as much as they did against Liverpool. They're actually coming out to try and play United as well. Although you say United have had their own fair share of injury issues, or having their own fair share of injury issues currently at this point in time. But it's not been a bad performance from Leeds. I don't know what Daniel Farke has done to, you say, stem the tide. They had a decent start, started stuttering, but seems like he has stabilized it. And if they continue at this rate, to the way West Ham are playing, Leeds will probably survive at the end of the day. So I think, can United get a victory? Yes, they can, but I don't know. Leeds, Ellen Road is not a good place to visit. The big teams don't necessarily enjoy going to Ellen Road to play, and this is just one of those situations. This could just be one of those situations.
Manchester United fans, can you guys get the win against Leeds at Elland Road? Leeds are currently on an unbeaten streak in the English Premier League. They've not lost their last 6 matches, and you have to look at who they've played in those matches. They've played Crystal Palace, Liverpool twice, Sunderland. They even beat the Crystal Palace and the Brentford. They also beat the Chelsea in that match. So really, really impressive. And then look at Manchester United, who need to solidify their place for an European spot. Currently 5th on the table. If they win this match, then they would solidify their spots in that 5th position. But gone with the stories in the world of tennis. Let's take a look at the rising talents that we might be looking at in 2026. Joao Fonseca, 19 years of age. Jakub Mensik, 20 years of age. Won major titles early. Mensik, Miami. And you can also compare both of them to the Alcaraz, Yannick Sinner trajectories that they might be going in. Leonard here, and also another guy, the US man, won the next Gen ATP finals. And you're already looking at him as one of the next big things in the world of tennis. Also, players outside the top 100 to also watch: Alexander Bullock, 20 years of age, Belgium, world number 117. Rafael Joda, 19 years of age, from Spain, world number 168. Shang Junken, some also call him Jerry, 20 years of age, from China, world number 253. But Henry, let's take a look at the young talents now. Shesko, Fonseca, Mensik, and Leonard Thiel. What are you looking at? Okay, this is the next big thing to expect in the 2026 season. Who are we seeing? Okay, can push themselves to that edge. Who could we see surpassing their limit and replicating what we saw in early years of Alcaraz Sinner?
Can we see that? I think Mensik and Fonseca had fantastic 2025. Leonard Thiel had a decent 2025. I think they were all decent, but out of all of them, the one that actually stood out of all of them was actually Jakub Mensik. I think Mensik reached the quarterfinal of a Grand Slam last season, and Fonseca had his own fair share of decent runs in Grand Slams and in ATP tours, but I think Mensik was one that actually stood out more. Although, like, they're still young, they're 19 across board, so you're still seeing a lot of inconsistencies in their performance. Am I expecting any of them to step up and fight Alcaraz and Yannick? No, not yet. No, they haven't reached. But I think it's a year of promise for the 3 lads. They just have to keep on working and putting in the effort. They've definitely been putting in. But am I expecting a splash from any of them? No. But probably one of them gets a Grand Slam semi-final this year. I think so. I think so. I think so. I know one man you didn't put, but what's his name now? Flavio Koboli. Koboli is about 2021. 22, yeah, about 22. I think, yeah, he's not a teenager like this guy. He's not 19 like them, but I think he's one person that we probably have to watch out for on the tour this year. I think last season he broke into the top 10 finally last season, and we saw some promising performances there. There were some inconsistent ones as well, but I think this year could actually be a year if he can build on what he did last year. But I mean, we've seen multiple cases like this over the years. Gregor Dimitrov, Musetti actually built on promise last season, currently ranked 7th in the world and all that stuff. But I think Koboli is one of those young guys you'll be looking at and saying, okay, this could probably be it. But I think for Mensik, Leonard Thiel, and Jose Fonseca, I think it's just basically building on what they did last season, trying to add more experience or more stars on their shield. Then before they get to that level where you can't just wake up and come overnight and start competing with Alcaraz and Sinner. They're playing on a totally different level compared to a lot of the other guys on tour now at this point in time. You see how Koboli plays. Koboli is a fine player, but when he comes up against these guys, he looks so ordinary. That's the thing, they make other players look so ordinary. So I think for these other guys, don't focus on trying to just play your game and just try and improve on your own terms at your own pace. Definitely, it will come or you will come good. But I think for this season, maybe somebody else could win a Grand Slam. But I think my money is not out of those two dominating again at the end of the year.
All right, Alex, are you looking at anyone outside of these ones that I've mentioned when you're looking at youngsters, or what are you expecting from these ones that I have actually mentioned?
I actually did want to pinpoint on Leonard here, and I remember the run he had at the that was the Grand Slam before Wimbledon, which was the Roland Garros too. I mean, I remember the run he had there, knocked out Daniil Medvedev. You know, he was doing special things, and at a point he definitely looked like a really, really special player. I would say towards the end of the season he sort of slowed down a bit. Then there were lots and lots of people that were just introduced, and like Henry said, there are still other players that have had that benchmark set for them, which they did not particularly hit. Otto Fields, young, injured, or most of the time always injured. There's definitely a problem if you have to look at most of them and look at what could have been their potential peaks and where they are right now. And I mean, these players, the only thing you could hope for is that they remain at least competitors for a long period of time. They are able to still, stay in and around those ranking spots. Like Henry did mention with Flavio Kubuli when he broke into the top 10, and then it looked like everything was going well for him, and then he sort of had a slump towards the end of the season and fell out of the top 10 again. So you have to be able to maintain a level of consistency to be up in these discussions. And the main reason we are bringing up youngsters is because of the fact that they have time to improve, they have time to adapt. It is not a it's a promising situation for the guys that are already there. We did mention Lorenzo Musetti, the likes of Taylor Fritz. Fritz should be about 26. Felix Auger-Aliassime should be about 28. These guys are already there. There's no need for, you will not say there's a huge need for improvement. They are already there. They can compete, and on their day they could even shock any of the big ones, which is particularly Carlos or Yannick. But there is not much age or time on their side in terms of trying to reach that final end product. We are just talking in terms of the quality we've seen. From the quality we've seen from these players, how they are on the court, their body language, their performances, which of them has the ability to stage a career similar to Yannick or Carlos. And also, we also need to remember that the standards they are setting has been ridiculously high, because Carlos won his first Grand Slam at 19, so it was already a high standard. Yannick at 20. I mean, both these players we've mentioned, at least two of them are above the age of 20, or at least 20, turning 21 this year. We've just got into, so it's like we said, they have time. They definitely have time to work to improve their game and to get to being the best of most actions that they do, get to the court more, or the baseline, practice their speed around the court, know when to use different actions. Those kind of activities can only come with experience. I don't think there's a certain guideline you'd give to them. No, I think you play a number of matches, you play some tough opponents or competitors, and then you begin to have a different feel to the game. It feels like you see just beyond what's happening on the court. You're able to dictate or even predict a move based on how you have already been, programmed to play those moves. And some of them even go as far as to setting the pace. I mean, that's what your serve is meant for. You're able to set the pace so that you can easily, or at least almost easily, predict your opponent's return, how it's going, that rally or that next set of rallies are going to look like, and you're able to predict how they are, to be able to catch your opponents at their lowest points. That's all time. That's all time, and that's what these youngsters have, which is why we are focusing on them. Of course, we have the guys that I said are a bit more accomplished, but these guys have something in their bag that harness it and harness it early on, and we could really have these people come into not only the ATP rankings fully, but also begin to stage a very good run in tournaments, and particularly in Grand Slams. Who knows? Maybe get to a final of one and give a good account of yourself.
All right, before we get over to talk about what's happening in WTA side of things, the women's side of things, in Elland Road, 37 minutes on the clock, 38 minutes. You might want to say it's been shared evenly between both sides. You might want to say 51% ball possession for Leeds, 49 for Manchester United, 4 shots for Leeds, while 5 for Manchester United, but none so far have gone straight to the post for both teams. So it's been pretty even for, say, the last chunk of the first half. Alex.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty even. We saw a Dominic Calvert-Lewin, like we did say, the most informed Englishman, as header, which glanced off the crossbar and went out. I don't think that was a corner, but of course it's not counted as a shot on target. But yes, Leeds have had some close calls. They are making a lot of misplaced final third passes, and they look very much more likely to score than United. When they do go forward, they look threatening, and United look a bit destabilized at the back. I mean, the last time the possession statistic went up, it was 61-39 in favor of the home side here at Elland Road. I mean, so it's still been what you'd say has been a bit of dominance, or dominance continued by this lead side. You spoke of their form, their unbeaten run, so they're hoping to keep that run going. They're probably even hoping to add 3 points to that. Who knows with how the rest of the bottom of the table is all evolving, all moving. You look at Leeds, and if you're a Leeds United fan, you'd be very optimistic of your chances in staying in the Premier League. And of course, this is a derby too, so you'd want to. It always feels good when you get one over your bitter rivals. And Leeds United, they look poised, but United have a corner, and of course they would like to threaten from set pieces. So yeah, with 5 minutes to go, we'll see how the rest of this one plays out.
All right, for the women's side of things in the world of tennis, since Ash Barty's retirement in 2022, the WTA number one's ranking has been exclusively domain of Aryna Sabalenka and Iga Swiatek. The two have traded the top spots repeatedly, but they have rarely clashed in the biggest moments, meeting in just one Grand Slam semi-final in 2013. Their contrasting strengths have defined the era. Swiatek brings on match composure in finals, boasting a perfect 6-0 record in major titles. That means 6 wins and 0 losses in major title matches, and a 26 wins, 6 losses mark across all WTA finals. Where Aryna Sabalenka While Aryna Sabalenka has carried her aggressive power, has carried her to far more deep runs, reaching 12 semi-finals in 2025 alone, winning 9 of those. Though her Grand Slam final record stands at 4 wins and 3 losses. Heading into 2026, the rivalry promises to intensify, with Swiatek, who begins the season roughly 2,500 points behind the Belarusian and is determined to reclaim the top ranking. It recognizes what the other possesses that she lacks. Swiatek aims to match Sabalenka's semi-final consistency to reach more title matches, while Sabalenka seeks to emulate Swiatek's ice-cold clutch performance when the trophy is on the line. Henry, Iga Swiatek, Aryna Sabalenka, world number one. Both of them have shared it for almost 2-3 years now, since Ash Barty. For you, who finishes 2026 as world number one, and will we finally get multiple clashes between both women? We didn't see anything from both of them last season, but they dominated. We didn't see both of them clash last season, but both of them dominated the scene, as you want to say. But what are you expecting from both women heading into 2026? Dominance from both of them, or you're expecting something else?
I don't know if I'll say I'm expecting something else, but I think both of them will still be in and around the picture. I think both of them will still be the ones calling most of the shots. as regards the WTA at this point in time. Look, which other player comes close to those two when you look at quality? Now, Jasmine is so inconsistent. Ostapenko, inconsistent. Rybakina, inconsistent. Coco is the other person you might want to look at, but sometimes Coco just tends to do things that feel odd. Like, he knows that she can do more, but sometimes it's just like she doesn't give you that more. And that's the problem. I think Sabalenka faced that issue, especially when she gets to the Grand Slam finals last season. Or she faced it when she got to the Grand Slam finals last season. But I think it still probably be between these three ladies, Iga, Coco, Arena. Is there any other person? Rybakina is also one of those people that blows hot and cold. You know she has the ability, but you're asking, can she do it? Can Naomi Osaka do it? I don't know. She had a decent finish to 2025. So it feels like she's finding her momentum again. After all, she has about 4 Grand Slam titles before she went on to have a child. Let's see if we can get a semblance of the old Naomi Osaka again. Then maybe we could say it's a 4-way horse race. But I think she's farther away from that at the moment. Well, we can't tell till we see the Australian Open or what it tends to be like, or or the Brisbane International and all those ATP tours before the Australian Open. But I think based on what happened last season, these three definitely are the favourites to dominate. Then you're looking at how certain people finished the year. Jasmine Paolini finished the year well. Naomi Osaka finished the year well. I think what's her name? Pegula had a decent 2025 as well. Probably still a decent 2026, but I don't know if that will be enough to actually say you want to put her in a position where she will be able to push these other ladies for a title in the WTA. And which other person again? There's a name that's keeping my mind right now. There's a name in the WTA that I am... Anisimova, Amanda Anisimova, yes. That's another person that had another fantastic year, 2025 in 2025. So, I mean, you're looking at her, and I think when you look at those three I mentioned, Iga, Sabalenka, and Coco, when you're looking at people that should probably dominate the WTA this year, I think Anisimova comes just under them. If she can build on that, we saw Ons Jabeur have a fantastic year. That was in 2022. I think that was 2020 or 2023, but she's failed to build on that since. But Anisimova played about 2 Grand Slam finals last year. I think she played the Olympic. Semi. And that was 2 years ago. I think she played the Olympic semi-final. She played about 2 Grand Slam finals last year. Played in about 3 semi-finals last year. So I mean, she's shown that she can compete. Just that she was beating Black and Blue when she got to the final. It just showed that there's still that little thing I think let me not say little thing. There's still a lot that's missing when it now comes to competing against ladies. So how Wimbledon was when she got to face Iga was a bagel. It was a double bagel against her. So it was horrible. It was an eyesore. I mean, she was crying, and she deservedly should have cried after that performance because it was poor. So then that was the next one was for her was the US Open. She lost to that
wasn't a final. I think she got as far as the finals of the
US Open. She lost
to Arena Sabalenka.
She lost to Sabalenka as well. So like, and it was also straight sets victories for Sabalenka at the end of the day. So you're looking at all this and you're saying, yeah, she's shown potential. She's shown that against the smaller or the quote unquote other opponents, she will probably hold her own very well. But when she comes up against these other ladies, there's no question mark about her ability if she can get herself across the line. But let's see if she can continue with that same level of consistency in 2026. We saw Paolini in 2024. We didn't see Paolini in 2025 as we expected. Let's see if Anisimova can continue with hers, because it's the WTA. This year, this person's blowing hot. The next year, they are blowing cold.
But, Alex, the Americans, Jessica Pegula, world number 6, Madison Keys, world number 7, Coco Gauff, world number 3, Amanda Anisimova, world number 4. So we have 4 Americans occupying the top 10. Shows you the quality they have right there in the United States. And can they actually translate this into trophies? They're currently the champions of the United Cup. you want to see, you're looking at that. Although Ben Shelton has gone out, Coco Gauff is carrying the team on her back. Last season, the Americans took 2 trophies. That was the Australian Open and the Roland Garros. That was Madison Keys and Coco Gauff. Can we still expect more things from the Americans? And you're looking at this 4. How many Grand Slams do you see the Americans snatching this season?
Well, in the midst of the dominance that Henry did speak about, Sabalenka, Iga, you have to throw in Coco there, of course, because Coco is always going to be a problem. I mean, and yeah, when you look at it, the Americans, they do stand a very good chance, particularly with Coco, particularly with the consistency, like Henry did speak of Amanda Anisimova. It's not the fact that she's converting them into titles here. She has not been able to convert her dominance in certain aspects into titles yet. It is the trait of consistency. Henry spoke about her reaching finals, two finals last season, reached about 3 semi-finals, becoming a key presence in latter stages of Grand Slams. So you have to look at that and you feel more hope, and that is where I'm particularly going on if it has to pertain to her, particularly Amanda Anisimova. You could get joy from her. I did speak of Coco. Coco, we can never write out Coco. In fact, for me, I think instead of a big 2, I would say a big 3, and I'll throw Coco in between Iga and Arina Sabalenka, because she does have the capacity, she has the abilities, she has everything in that bag to be involved in that conversation and to be consistent with it. So I mean, why would we try to exclude her from it? Then apart from her and Amanda Anisimova, you get a mixed feeling from Jessica Pegula. You really do not know what you expect from her. She looks solid on her day. She looks very consistent. Looks like, with the way she plays, she looks the surest option to beating almost anybody you bring up against her. That's how consistent she is. That's how well she plays. But then she just seems to have all these off days. She looks emotionless. She lacks passion on the court. You barely see her, and she's always composed. A lot of people say, yes, she's composed, and I mean, it's a good quality. But then sometimes you need that extra bit. I was talking about how Yannick, when he could not seem to, break that streak against Carlos, the way he was just losing back to back against him, I said he needed to add a little bit more I would say excitement into his game, rile the fans up more, get more reactions, get the crowd booming. Carlos does that so well, and he plays to his advantage. And the minute Yannick did that, he did that very well in Wimbledon. We saw the signs. The minute he'd get 1 or 2 of the rallies or make a very tough shot, he was instantly beckoning to the crowd. I mean, it adds another aspect to your game, and I think every tennis player needs to understand that it is all crucial. It is definitely crucial in your game. So even someone as quiet, or I would say as emotionless as Jessica Pegula, who does not let out much in terms of reactions, should be able to show something, to be able to give something for the fans to cheer on, and to be able to respond to it, because those moments alone can not only spoil your confidence, but could turn maybe a set of fans who felt indifferent about you, to turn them into taking sides with you. So it's all part of it. Like I said, it's an individual sport. It's a sport that you need everything to align perfectly for you to have either a good run in a tournament or to make it as far as a final, and just exploit any other weakness you see all the way in opponents. So she definitely has to add 1 or 2 things to her game, because that string of inconsistencies was keeping her from reaching a peak that I know she definitely can achieve. Speaking of Jessica Pegula, I think of all the names you mentioned there, Ovie, you definitely have to say Madison Keys is by far the most inconsistent. The Grand Slam is the only thing that is saving her blushes, and I said yes, while she is the best improved, she has not been consistent with it. She's done well to win a Grand Slam, and trophies will always count at the end of the day. Because if you look back at it and say, Madison Keys won the Australian Open, which of course she's about to be the defending champion for that one, it does not count as much when you have high expectations for her, going on that magical run, winning the championship, and then going into the next set of Grand Slams, and she's nowhere to be found. ATP 1000, she's nowhere to be found. So you cannot really look at her as part of the. Yes, you look at her and you say there's definitely a player here, but I don't think it's enough to say she's going to be one of those. I think the only thing that keeps her in this conversation over is just her ranking, and of course the Grand Slam we spoke about. Apart from that, you don't see anything else that keeps her really in this conversation in terms of consistency or trying to put her on the same label, the same mark as the others. No, I definitely do not think she's in that category or in contention with the rest of her US teammates or her US faithful. So yeah, I mean, those ladies, you do have to look at them. And of course, ladies that bring on the home advantage on the court with the Australians, you would look at them. Henry spoke about Naomi Osaka ending the year well. There was also a certain young lady that ended the year very, very well, which was Victoria Mboku. Particularly as she's already a citizen of Canada, and she has most of the Australians as fans, and she's going to be looking at it as this is not, something that is unfamiliar to me. Like we did say, you need to have that bit of luck. You need to have that bit of fans cheering you on, which they always try to make the advantage. And she's been a fan favorite. She's been someone that has been able to go to countries that are not even hers, and she's pulled crowds. So when you look at each and every one of those attributes, you'd say that, yeah, I mean, it's shaping up to be a really, really good tournament. You look away from the top 2/top 3 we mentioned with Coco Gauff's inclusion, to the rest of the US candidates, and to young, exciting players who look like they might be able to stage something, particularly those ones who are able to captivate the crowd, like we said with Victoria Mboko. So, I mean, it looks well shaped. And I think it's an almost open case. It's just that you would expect those heavy hitters to at least get to the latter stages of the tournament before possibly entertaining a shocker or just bowing out of the competition overall.
Right, speaking of breakout stars, you already mentioned one, Victoria Mbuku. You have to look at other stars who ended 2025 or exploded out of 2025. Victoria Mbuku, Louis Bosson, Yanis Tijen, Teresa Valentova, all ended in the top 60 come the end of 2025. As you said, Mboko won the Canadian Open, the WTA 1000 event, her biggest so far. Boisson reached the French Open semi-finals. Tijen and Boisson also won their first WTA titles. Valentova reached a final. And you're looking at the three players outside the top 100 to watch. Darja Vidmanova, 20 years of age, from Czechia, world number 149, NCCA champion, long ITTF win streak, and she has already offset top players and primed for bigger qualifiers. Lily Tager, 17, from Austria, number 159. You're looking at also Alina Korneva, 18, from Russia, world number 211. But let's look at the breakout stars: Victoria Mboko, Louis Bosson, Janis Tijen, Teresa Valentova. What can we expect from them heading into 2026?
Oh, well, like I did say about Mboko, she brings this special quality to the courts where she's able to dazzle. Players who tend to make more mistakes are captivating, in the sense that you can never really predict what they are about to do or their next move or how it's all going to play out. You really don't know what happens next with most of these players. So, I mean, that's why you could count on them. You could say, okay, I definitely have to look forward to these ones. And I think Mboko just needs maybe a consistency or two in her game. She showed that at the WTA 1000s that was held in Canada, and she was just able to, all around just be enough to hold on to winning that particular championship. She did more than enough to do that, and it was not just that, it was also the dominant displays too, where the blend of inexperience in how she played, how she went about winning that championship, alongside some very other interesting features will definitely make her a fan favorite. And Yeah, I mean, going into the tournament, she's definitely one of the ones you look at as the young ones who can possibly cause an upset, possibly stage a very, very good run, advance late into the latter stages of the tournament. And Louise Boisson, with her outside of the WTA rank, without a WTA ranking prior to the was that the Roland Garros, where she made the semi-finals and lost to Arina Sabalenka, or was that Coco? Yes, she lost to Coco Gauff in the semi-finals, and that gave her the rankings that she's had for most of the year. And she's still been doing very well over there in France. I've been seeing her in the tournaments they've been having, and she's been keeping a good account of themselves, because I always say it's not just about putting yourself on that world scene. How do you keep yourself there? You don't just put yourself there and leave. She's been able to maintain and sustain that name, that fame she had for herself. Same thing I spoke about with Valentin Vacherot, his late break into the tennis world, the ATP, alongside his cousin, who was, let's say, maybe a bit more pronounced. But Vacherot particularly was not as pronounced as Otto Rinderknech. He came in, did his thing, and has stayed there, has maintained that level. So it's always about how you carry on. I think getting there is one thing, carrying on is another. And Louise Boisson has definitely showed that she can carry on. So yeah, these are exciting young prospects, exciting talents who you'd be looking at and saying, okay, well, give these ones a shot, give these ones a chance, and let's see how far they go. And like I said, it's definitely poised to be an exciting Grand Slam tournament, not just this one, but the rest of the season. An exciting WTA and ATP title runs and rankings. And oh well, with how everything has been laid out, we cannot just wait for the Australian Open to begin with as little injuries as possible, to see how we blend in with the heavyweights, the young stars, the ones with lots and lots of experience. And it definitely promises to be something worthwhile.
All right, goalless did end the first half at Elland Road. Leeds United and Manchester United goalless at the moment. Sevilla currently taking on Levante, goalless at the moment, 29 minutes on the clock. And the match between Napoli and Lazio has ended 2-0 in favor of Napoli. A red card for Napoli and 2 red cards for Lazio. Both teams seen red, but Lazio seen red twice. Well, it's time to leave tennis and head over to talk about the fastest sport in the world, Formula One. Yes, the 2026 Formula One season marks a significant shift with the end of the ground effect 2020 from 2022 to 2025 and introduction of a comprehensive new regulations aimed at improving racing quality, aerodynamics and engine technology. Despite a thrilling three-way title fight in 2025, the previous cars were criticized for poor racing dynamics. And the question is, will the new cars improve racing? Well, the new rules promise a clean slate with new, radically different cars, shorter, thinner, lighter, and more nimble designs to enhance overtaking and overall racing. The key changes include aerodynamic simplification, that is the replacement of complex ground effect tunnels with flatter floors and larger side ports openings. Front and rear wings are less intricate, moving away from the sci-fi aesthetics to recent years. Tires and other features. The Pirelli retains 18-inch tires but makes them narrower. The drag reduction system, that's DRS, is eliminated, replaced by an overtake mode power boost. For the engines, the regulation attracted new manufacturers, leading Red Bull to partner with Ford for in-house engines, while Audi fully acquire Sauber, and General Motors GM to commit to Cadillac branded engines by decade's end. However, concerns from early simulator feedback highlighting increased driver workload. Drivers must manage power deployment, aero modes, energy recovery, and adjustable flaps on active aero wings, potentially leading to mental exhaustion and more radio communications. Alex, the new regulations, this is going to improve racing, make racing much more dynamic. Well, for me, I believe it does, because you're looking at the new rules. It's going to be much more. We're going to have much more battles on track with the removal of the DRS and the overtake system being introduced. Now drivers can now control their front wings, their rear wings. They have the corner mode, they have the straight mode. But some are looking at it that this might just be too much on a driver, especially not looking at this is the first season with those cars and those new rules. But for you, what's with new rules, new regulations, and what are you expecting from it?
I think sports will always evolve, no matter where you play, no matter where you compete in sports. If there's anything that is constant, is the fact that it is always going to evolve. It's always going to be modified, or they would actively seek to make each and every one of them much better than it is. And of course, you can never have people who will be fans. Even if you have 10,000 of them who are enthusiastic about it, there will always be that one or two who do not really see the need for as much modifications as enabled on the race tracks. And yeah, I mean, it's a welcome improvement, because like you said, Ovie, I do tend to see mostly the positives in it and how it could be used to create an open floor where the dominance, like you said, the aim behind it, most of the dominance with the drivers and their particular mechanics that they work with, how they want to try and make the entire field a level playing ground, to be able to make each and everyone compete as they should. So I mean, it's a welcome. It's definitely a welcome trend. You would say, oh well, you'd want to see how it all tries out in the first instance, because if you play it out at the beginning of the season and it looks like it's getting really difficult to adapt to, then I mean, what does this say for the rest of the drivers? We look at someone like Lewis Hamilton. Despite us saying maybe he's out of his mojo, he's found it really difficult to adapt to the Ferrari car already. So imagine trying to put him in a different functional vehicle than what he's already used to, and we are talking years. It could take some really years to adapt, but at the same time, it's a level playing field. Those who adapt faster are the ones who stand the chance to benefit, those who are able to test run. But of course, I think the off season is meant for them to be to get familiarized with most of those changes, the conditions of most of the engines and the DRS that has been swapped now. So if you put all of those together, Ovi, I mean, there are always going to be winners and losers. There are always going to be those who pick it up or pick up everything concerning it much quicker than others, and there are always going to be the others that will try to catch up or catch along. Yeah, so you would want to say it's a welcome achievement. It makes it a level playing ground. But at the same time, there will still be, like we said, the ones that would try to catch up, the ones that would maybe struggle to adapt to it and to be able to initiate it on tracks, in sprints, in qualifiers, and of course in the main race itself. So yes, it could be a mark or a starting point for evolution, like we always say with most sports, but at the same time there are winners or losers to it, so you can always expect to be you can always expect some backlash or some people to not be in full support of it all. But exciting times. Anything that has to do with new rules that is, no matter how slight it is, but slightly changes the shape of things, it throws open the gates of competition again. It throws open the floor, and then you begin to see how drivers start to think that, oh, this goes just beyond driving. How do I navigate this, and when do I use each and every one of these instances to make myself a better driver or to improve my chances in a race, in a championship? It's all coming down to play. So definitely something to welcome, OVA. If I have to put it that way, I would say it's definitely a welcome improvement.
All right, Benjamin Mina joins us in the studio. Benjamin, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, VA. Good afternoon to you, Alex. Good afternoon to our lovely listener. It's good to be here to talk sports.
All right, Benjamin. Now, Charles Leclerc has already indicated that the first 5 to 6 races will indicate his decision to remain at the Scuderia Ferrari. And the question is, can Ferrari actually convince Charles Leclerc to stay if things go haywire? Can they actually keep the man from Monaco?
Well, like he says, 5 races. The man has given himself a timeline. It's about believing in yourself and looking at what you can actually do in the first 5 races. Most times, the earlier you start winning the races, the earlier you put yourself in a good position, and then the earlier you look at. Those 5 races might actually define your season. In local parlance, they say super good done from the way they take start you good know. So I think the man has given himself an ultimatum. He wants to look at how the season will look like. Last season wasn't rosy, wasn't really rosy with the Ferraris. Himself. We saw how it ended. Lewis Hamilton, not really in a very not really in a position where he would fancy, knowing that he's a veteran in the sport. He's one of those drivers that young folks want to look at, as role models. But again, I think it's what it is. You have to look at these races, and you have to. Manchester United almost got the ball in the back of the net, still with the ball, look short there. Ball sent to Casemiro. Casemiro uses Rabona, and goodness me, when will Sesko actually get? This was a good position, good cross. He had to head the ball wide, and that was a pinpoint, accurate cross. Why would he have to do that? Well, it's still scoreless, goalless in Elland Road. 55 minutes on the clock. Is that 55? 55 minutes on the clock, goalless. Leeds United nil, Manchester United nil. Benjamin Sesko just threw out a chance that would have put Manchester United noses in front, but that's what it is. I remember what Carragher said whenever I see the man. Carragher said United sold a potential Ballon d'Or winner in what's his name now, Rasmus Højlund, and bought a basketball player in Benjamin Sesko. Well, topic for another day. Okay, so for Charles Leclerc, I think for Ferrari, I think they need to do more. Yeah, they need to do more. I tell you, they need to do more. Last season wasn't really something they could really write home about. So it's about, I thought the man would trade places this coming season, but the man has given himself a 5-game ultimatum, knowing that if it doesn't work out, then we have to trade places. And lots of things need to work together. Himself and his second in Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton. They need to actually work together and get their house right. Last season wasn't good, so it's about trading places. It's either and from the look of things, Lewis Hamilton is the golden boy of Ferrari right now. So you cannot let Charles Leclerc be the golden boy when you have a person of Lewis Hamilton. So I think that's what is actually bringing up the issues. So it's about get your house right, see how you can start the race early, and those early gingers could actually give you that potential to see how the season could be defined. But the man has said, if those 5 races don't go as planned, then I might be trading places, and that should be expected. I think it should be expected going into this season. I'm even surprised that the man will be starting the season with Ferrari. I thought he should have been moving to a new constructors, but at the end of the day, it's his choices, and he has given himself a 5 race ultimatum. If it doesn't go as planned, then we might likely be seeing the man trading places.
Well, as reigning champions, McLaren enters with Lando Norris as the defending driver's title holder. Number 1 on his car, Oscar Piastri still chasing his first. But the team's equal treatment policy, the so-called papaya rules, was tested in 2025, nearly costing the driver's crown due to intra-team battles, including test moments at Monza, Azerbaijan, and Singapore. Piastri may assert himself in 2026, building on his high points from last year, while Norris must prove his title was no fluke by eliminating past mistakes. But Alex, now, if Norris elevate further, will there be debate on the equal footing? Will it be fading, or how is it going to be 2026 when it comes to papaya rules? Are you seeing the whole dynamics changing for the whole McLaren setup? Are we seeing things changing? No more papaya rules. He's the world number 1 driver. He should be given much more priority. Or are you going to see a much still going to be balanced? And let's say it's okay, they do start up balanced, but you're looking at Norris. Let's say he has a gap, let's say 10, 20 points gap on not on Max, on Lando. Lando has, yes, on Piastri, and then you also maybe a 20, 30 point gap on Max. Would there still be the so-called papaya rules being played? How did you see the wood dynamics playing out?
If it was that being a part of the story, I think it should have kickstarted definitely this season, especially when both your drivers have a chance of bringing back that drivers' championship. I mean, sure, your priority was always going to be, as a constructor, bringing back the most prized possession for that, and you've done that. You've been able to successfully bring back the constructors' championship. You were way ahead of anyone else. And then, of course, the next institute or the next thing you're looking at is bringing back the drivers' championship. And you not just have one, you have both your drivers. You have someone who was deemed to be a second driver in contention, not even just in contention, at some point with some good 7 races left, almost 30 points ahead of everyone chasing him, including his teammates. At that point, what goes through your head is to make it return. It just sets up a very tense backroom staff. When I said there will definitely be clashes, Ovie, you showed me yourself the clip of Oscar Piastri finishing one of the races. I think was that behind Max, the one where Lando finished outside the podium and there was barely any celebration to it. It was a very a sad situation, a sad scenario to look out to. And I mean, you would not want that to repeat itself, or no matter how tense the season might be, you might not want that to repeat itself going into this season. You'd want to see how they can play out on a level playing field between both drivers. I mean, the aim is meant to be partnership, but with how tense things are in the backroom staff, you definitely feel that there's an underlying problem in with these two teams. You definitely think that there's more to it than is being said or that is being thrown out to the public. And I was always asking the question, how long does Oscar Piastri's contract run for? Because I mean, he's obliged to stay. There's not much he can say in terms of it. And as much as he might want to say McLaren have not been fair or completely fair, he's on a bumper contract too. You might renegotiate and see how you can get better terms in terms of trying to resign or go for an even longer contract than what you're currently already working with. So if you look at the terms of it, at the end of the day, it's always going to be two top drivers racing with the same constructor, and I don't know whoever you want to match that up against, but that is always going to be an issue. It's definitely always going to be a problem. It has proven to be in the past, especially when, like we said, you have them going into the business end of the season, and they're still going neck and neck against each other. So you look at it, you'd wonder how exactly you want to start the process, because you already know that Lando, coming into this season, defending champion, he has to be given some sort of preference. In reference to those papaya rules over here, I mean, you definitely can see it playing out that he would be given some certain preferential treatment, particularly by his constructors, if they want him to be able to defend properly. If you do not want a Max Verstappen creeping up on you like he did last season, and you want to try and make it a level playing ground, involve, of course, your teammates into it, and see how you can just have a very productive 2026 season. It's a lot to ask. But to do that, I think you first of all have to repair the relationship, which I think is slightly broken at McLaren. The two divided sides, and the people who feel like, oh, Oscar should have had more than he did. I mean, how is it possible that Max finished 2 points adrift of the championship, whereas you had Lando Norris that could not even make it? Again.
And Leeds United have taken the lead at Elland Road, 1-0. And Aronson getting a goal. Get a look at how that goal was scored. But Alex?
Yeah, so as I was saying about the situation at McLaren, I mean, it's definitely a very, very tense one. So you look at it and you think that they should find a way to resolve. Oh, that looked like a mistake at the back. That looks like a mistake. That was a bad pass.
Jeremy Doku.
Patrick
Dogu rather, and then Haven couldn't cover it properly, and then Aronson found the back of the net, and that's what it is for United. I think it's been coming. Leeds United have been the better side, going into this game. They've had chances. One hits the crossbar, and then Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and then United have finally conceded. It's time for them to, rally around and get something out of this game. Joshua Zexi has been thrown into the game. He scored in his last game that he played for Manchester United, and hopefully United will be banking on him to get the goals and get something out of this. 1-0 to Leeds United.
All right, Alex, still with you now. Aston Martin, could they be the dark horses this season? Andrew Newey has joined the team as a team principal. They've got experience in Fernando Alonso, maybe Lance Stroll, and the Nepo baby stuff is still there, but who knows? Maybe with the new introduction of Andrew Newey, maybe things could actually improve for the man. They've also got Honda as their new engine. So lots of things are happening in Aston Martin. Could they be the dark horses this season?
Alongside that, you also have to add the new rules that have been implemented, because I mentioned that it gives everybody a chance. Who adapts quicker? Who steps out onto the race from the very first race and looks like, I've adapted to this already, or I understand my situational awareness once I'm on the tracks, and I understand how to navigate the race tracks. That is just it. So it could be that the slowest driver could turn into the most tactical driver, and then he's able to.
It's
1-0.
United
It's
reply
Matthias
immediately.
Cunha.
1-0 it is right there at Elland Road. Manchester United replying immediately. Matthias Cunha. Can you walk us through that goal?
Yeah, it was a very good passing, slick passing from United in the midfield. Ball from Casemiro down to what's his name? The midfield partnership, Mason Mount, found Matthias Cunha, and the man did not waste time to actually slot that at the back of the net. That's what a striker does to you. I think Zegzi actually came on, and then United are currently playing with How many strikers now on the pitch? Two strikers on the pitch. Yeah, Matthias Cunha. This is what you get from his experience. He didn't waste time to actually get that ball. He didn't even control the ball. He allowed the ball to roll, position himself, and then send that ball at the back of the net. United are actually playing with three strikers at this point in time: Benjamin Sesko, Joshua Zexi, and Matthias Cunha just behind them. So United actually looking for something out of this game. They've pumped up themselves. Joshua Zexi giving a good account of himself. He scored in the last game, and then he has just gotten into the game. One touch, his first touch with an assist. I think it's something that United could build upon. Hopefully they get something out of this game, because they can't afford to actually lose this game if they want to qualify for Europe.
All right, Elland Road 1-1. It is currently Manchester United and Leeds United. Aaronson getting the first goal. Manchester United replying immediately via a goal from Matheus Cunha. And still talking Formula One. Of course, you can't talk Formula One without talking the king of Formula One, currently Lewis Hamilton. Could 2026 be the year, as he hopes to turn things around? 2025 was viewed as, okay, I'm preparing and all, I'm still trying to get used to it, but it's 2026 now, and I don't know if it should be a good thing or should be a bad thing, because after trying to get used to a car for the whole 2025 season, you're gonna have to try and get used to a different whole set of 2026 season. But I said it could work in his favor, it could not work in his favor. But can you expect a change from him 2026, or could this be the year he retires, Benjamin?
Well, I think it could go either way, because like you said, he's still trying to get used to his new his new setup. You know, the car, all through last year, and then this year, just when you think that this could be his year, he's gotten used to the car, a new setup just emerged, and you know, you have to get used to those setups. So it might take a longer time. It might take a year to actually get used to, you know, those changes that is being brought into play from going into next season, you know, which is this year. So I think it might go either way. It's a make or match season for Lewis Hamilton, because a driver of his caliber, with the wealth of experience that the man has got, you expect him to actually be fighting alongside the folks, alongside Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, and Piastri. You know, so he didn't do that last season. So that was his first season under his new company, Ferrari. So it's about looking at you know, the rules to see if he could favor the young man, and you know, to see if he could favor him, and he gets something out of this one. So I feel that for Lewis Hamilton, the man just have to keep knocking, and hopefully he gets something out of this whole scenario. Yeah, he's looking for that extra, you know, drivers' championship to actually put him in a good position, but it's not forthcoming. So what do you do at this point in time? I think you just have to keep knocking on the door, and hopefully he just but in terms of retiring, I don't see him retiring this season. He might just keep trying to see if he can get something out of it, but if he doesn't, then maybe, just maybe, he might be looking at it and say, I'm done and dusted. But just like Novak Djokovic in tennis, the man could still be knocking. Hopefully he wants to see that situation where something could fall off, and then he could actually get something.
All right, time to bring you guys in. 08109510951. That is for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, port to 0701-933-9962. The world of tennis, Djokovic hopes to try and claim the 25th Grand Slam. Can he do it this season? Do you still see Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz dominating? For the breakthrough stars, who do you see going far in the tournament? For the women's side of things, it's going to be Arina Sabalenka and Iga Swiatek party all through 2026. So is that what you see? Both haven't faced themselves since 2013, but they have been switching the number one title. Could we see both of them face each other this year 2026? For Formula One, what are you expecting from the year or from the new season? New changes have been made, new constructors are joining. New engines have been made. What are you expecting from this season? And could this be Lewis Hamilton's last season if things don't work out? What are you expecting from McLaren? The so-called papaya rules, is it still going to be in check if things go haywire, if things seem to go in favor of Lando Norris? And Max Verstappen is actually teasing retirement. Yes, he's saying if things don't actually go well with the new regulations and the new cars and all that, he might switch over to GT, the Le Mans and all, and switch racing. And it's not bad. It's not bad. He's also good with almost every car that he handles. So, and also for tennis as well. Venus Williams make a return to tennis, the Australian Open, as a wild card. Should this sport have been given to someone younger? And what does she actually bring back to the game as she returns? 0810951091 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701 933 9962. Manchester United and Leeds United 1-0. It is at Elland Road. Can Manchester United get all 3 points? For Leeds United, they are on a 7-match unbeaten run. They've beaten Chelsea and they've drawn twice against Liverpool. Yeah, so an impressive run for them. Looks as if they might be surviving relegation if they do keep on this impressive run. But what about you? Can Manchester United get all 3 points? And from that goal that they did concede, it's not really Ruben Amorim's fault. If people are really going to look at it as that. 0810951091 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701 933 9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon, and welcome to today's Sports Live. Hello, caller. Good afternoon, and welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon.
Yes, this is
Lucky from Abia State.
all right. Lucky, give us your thoughts.
Yes, my brother. Chelsea did not play their match.
No, they haven't yet. It's going to be the last match in the Premier League today.
5:30.
6:30. 6:30.
30. Now it's Manchester United and which people is playing now?
Leeds United.
That's 1-1 draw.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, my brother.
All right, no problem, Lucky. 08109510951091 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port 0701 933 9962. Lampard's Coventry losing to Birmingham City 3-2 in the Championship could be derailing their run to come to the Premier League. But who knows? Maybe Lampard might be one of the replacements in Chelsea. Who knows?
Oh, well,
It's not a bad option.
I don't know if you've seen the chances of Chelsea's next manager, the percentage chances. Then you just know that it is Liam Roseno all the way. I don't think Chelsea are ready for another interim managerial stint. So as much as the idea is a good one, it's good to have our legend back. It's not sustainable.
All right, it's time to head over to talk basketball. right, we had matches in the early hours of this morning as the Philadelphia 76ers beat the New York Knicks 130 to 119. The Toronto Raptors had the best of the Atlanta Hawks 134 to 117, a very high scoring match. The Charlotte Hornets getting the best of the Chicago Bulls 112 to 99, and the Trail Blazers besting the San Antonio Spurs 115 to 110. The Dallas Mavericks getting the best of the Houston Rockets 110 to 104. The Golden State Warriors beating the Utah Jazz 123 to 114, and the Boston Celtics beating the Clippers 146 to 115. Yeah, that match did not have OT. 50 points.
Jaylen Brown proving that he is that guy.
He had the Player of the Month award as well, and people are actually wondering, why is he not in the MVP conversation? Should we start mentioning him in the MVP conversation? But before we get to that, speaking of MVPs, Nikola Jokic, the Denver Nuggets star center, suffered a hyperextension of his left knee during a game against the Miami Heat. The injury occurred when Spencer Jones landed awkwardly on him. Initial reports indicate he will miss at least 4 weeks with a re-evaluation scheduled then. Now, while this is considered relatively positive news, avoiding a more severe outcome like a tear, it still represents a significant absence for a player of Jokic's caliber. As of early January 2026, Jokic has played 32 games this season, and the Nuggets have 18 games in January alone, making his return timeline critical. Now, how does this impact Jokic individual award and recognition? Well, one of the most immediate and profound effects on Jokic eligibility for major NBA awards due to the league's 65-game minimum participation rule. That means a player can miss no more than 17 games to qualify for awards like MVP, All-NBA, and the others, with the injury projecting him to miss most of all January's slate, where Jokic is likely to fall short of this threshold, effectively disqualifying him from contention. Well, prior to the injury, Jokic was the frontrunner for the MVP, leading the league in nearly every statistical category. His recent performance was historic, averaging nearly 40 points, 13.7 assists, and 14.7 rebounds over his last 3 games, on pace for a 30-point triple-double season with elite efficiency, almost 60, 45, 90 shooting splits, and 44% from threes. Now, Jokic's chances have dropped to around 9%, while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of Oklahoma City Thunder has surged to an 80% favorite. And now, Alex, this has sparked widespread criticism of the 65-game rule. Fans and analysts are coming to argue that it's flawed. They say it penalizes players for injuries rather than rewarding sustained excellence or value to their team. And there's a growing concern for them to actually reevaluate the rule, especially since other top candidates like Wembayama, who has already missed 12 games, could face similar issues if his injury does reoccur. We also had issues of Giannis Antetokounmpo and the rest. And you're looking at Jokic, an impressive run that he has had, and it was already clear that people were saying this was the MVP this season. Like, if he is not winning the MVP, then it's probably rigged. And then this happens. The rule was stated for teams resting their star players for longer periods. James Harden and the rest, they were sitting out multiple games and all, making them play, because fans cannot be paying good money to see the stars play and then you now bench them. That's why they made the rules. But someone working hard and then getting injured, and now even dropping good games like this, because even when he returns and still drops good performances like this, as long as he misses that, it feels like it's all for naught. He is not eligible for any of the awards. We saw the same thing last season. Happened to Victor Wembanyama, missed out on the all defensive team, missed out on Defensive Player of the Year, when people feel he should have got that.
Okay, it's a conflicting one, but I want us to look at numbers. 82 games played in a season. If you miss 17 games, you've missed 20% of the season. You understand what that means?
Yeah.
You've missed at least 20% of the season. You're calling for you're saying probably that rule is a bit too harsh, it's a bit cruel, and you want to be able to get the most out of these players for them to be considered MVP candidates. That is fine and good, but at the same time, I think it just has to be compulsory. Look at all the major sports and the rules concerning how they play, and then you find out that you need to play a certain number of games, even if it's not a definitive number of games. We've had seasons where players have shown traces of brilliance, but then it is not sustainable because of the injuries picked up. Let's take it back to football. Some 2-3 years ago, where Kevin De Bruyne missed about 13 games, came back, was still very key and influential in City winning the Premier League. He did not win the Player of the Season. The injuries were a huge argument. The first thing they'll tell you, oh, isn't he always injured? Or we know the quality he brings when he's fit. But I mean, we do have to also consider that someone else who was able to probably manage his fitness better got the award, and maybe deservedly so. So it has to also be thrown in. Okay, let's paint a scenario where Ousmane Dembele is injured for half the season. Do you think he goes away with the Ballon d'Or? I don't think he does. Let's imagine even if he's injured for 25 to 30%. Take that into the NBA now, and I'm talking about it because let's just split that into 5 quarters. You're talking 20% of the season missed at least. So if we are saying, oh, okay, what should we be? The main issue now is what exactly should be our benchmark for the number of games you can be missed for in order to be eligible for contention of the MVP title. Because now you're saying you must play at least 65 games, which means you must miss not less than 17. You're talking of increasing the numbers now. So it just asks the question: what could be a suitable number? That if you were to sign a petition and say, oh, let's send this back to the NBA, what would be a suitable number to be considered for it? Because there are lots and lots of players that are already being considered for it. So what exact number would you look at that would look like a fair percentage? I've just mentioned how 17 games missed is 20% of an NBA season, which is already substantial enough. Do you want them to play at least 60% of an NBA season? It still does not feel fair to someone who played enough matches. We spoke about SGA and how he was barely playing 4th quarters, still being influential across just 3 quarters alone, being extremely effective. Those are the kind of players that when you line them up against injury histories, they'd be able to move past it, those injury problems. Why? It's because of the fact that they've been managed, their fitness levels have been conditioned to be able to get the best out of them. They are maximizing every potential out of them. So I mean, these players that are having this done for them in terms of trying to manage them, their fitness levels and all of that, you have to give kudos to them. You have to say, oh, this is, as much as he's your star player, this is excellent work to be able to keep him fit, reduce his minutes and what have you. I was even complaining at some points that SGA sat too much on the bench. I mean, I'm not talking about last quarters when they are mostly some good 20-30 points ahead of your opponents. I'm talking about when he's asked to take a seat for someone like maybe a Wiggins or any other player that is asked to, play the role that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander plays. When he's asked to sit, I complain most times that, oh, isn't he sitting too long? That's what I tend to think. But then he comes back in, he does his thing, and he remains injured. And I think more players have to be able to study how this is done. Because to some extent, Denver Nuggets, their over-reliance on Nikola Jokic could probably have also led to this. Sure, it's an injury, it could happen to anybody, but you stay on the court more often, you're bound to pick up more injuries. That is certain to happen. As long as you're on the court, as long as you're playing or actively playing, you're bound to pick up injuries. You're safe only on the sidelines or when you sit for a couple minutes. But when it's in the middle of a tough game, you're trying to grab rebounds, you're trying to see how you can put up more boards, you can expect more defense, expect scuffling, and of course all these things are bound to happen from there. So you can already see exactly where the main issues stems from. And as much as I would say it's a bit of a harsh rule, the rules are the rules, and the numbers just further supports the rules, because playing 75 to 80% of the season should make you a worthy candidate. If we even have to drop that number back to 75%, that means we are saying you're missing at least a quarter of the season, and it's definitely not good enough. It is not good enough to be considered, because someone else with more games will have more impact. And now, what exactly happens to Denver Nuggets with him out? With him out, they've lost their last two. They lost away to Cleveland Cavaliers, and I think they just lost recently too. So it's already impacting or affecting their season. If he misses 4 weeks, and in the span of that time they play some good 8 to 10 games in that stretch of time, you're talking real damage that could be done to the Denver Nuggets in terms of their placement. We know how that conference is always going to be like. It goes really hay nuts in there sometimes when it gets to this part of the season. So his absence is not just affecting his pedigree or his chances of picking up an NBA MVP title. It also affects the Denver Nuggets prospects of competing strongly in the playoffs or making it, when you put them up against other teams who are also competing to definitely be there at the end of the day. So when we all look at it from all aspects of it, I think it's just fair. It's only fair that rule has to stay. It's fair that people who play more games tend to have more of the success or enjoy more of the privileges than those who don't, because believe you me, I think there are loads and loads of players that have quality. They are not consistent every night. As the show started, you just spoke of Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown has always had one or two little issues of inconsistency, and I think that has been the main problem when we are talking about Jaylen Brown. But let's say he's a player that is injury prone, which he's not. If he misses a game today, and that day was supposed to be his bad day, he does not play. But when he comes back the next day and drop monstrous performances like he just did away to Clippers now, you think, oh, this is one excellent player. You think this is a player that could do this every night. So we already know the pedigree of Jokic, and we know that this is what he does. But at the same time, it's unfair to those who are managing their fitness levels much better to be able to be active in latter parts of the season, particularly the playoffs, and also helping their teams stand a huge chance in the playoff sequence. So I think it's very fair. The only thing it's Nikola Jokic, who would like to describe as the face of the league, and we would not really want to see anything much happen to him. So yeah, I mean, it's as much as it's disconcerting, it's just a really fair rule, and the rules are the rules, Ovie.
All right, the rules are the rules. Okay, now let's paint this scenario now. Jokic is injured, he misses the 17 game rule. Shai is injured, misses out too. Who was the top contender? Jokic is injured. So you're looking at the next default person. So someone could actually win the MVP by default. You're looking at Kate Cunningham is there, even those, let's say he's below on the ladder, and also even with that, you still support that rule.
Yeah, I think I will still, like I said, it's all bound to eligibility. The only thing is, like you said, the number of ifs in that statement, Ovie, the number of ifs. If SJ gets injured, if Giannis has already been injured, I think, and it impacts, or it plays a massive role in their season, and I don't think their teams do much better without their star player. Now, also remember that the MVP award is it's almost like the football award. It's awarded based on one, individual performances, and two, how beneficial or how crucial you were to where your team currently sits. So most of the years Jokic won it, Nuggets were comfortably second or at least third, somewhere around in the Eastern Conference. You understand that? So moving from that, I mean, if we were to take that into every star player, I don't think OKC do as well as they've done without SG. I don't think Lakers do as well as they've done without Luka Doncic. So each and every one of these players of this caliber of players, they are very instrumental. And like I said, the only time he points out notice, because of the ifs that you mentioned, when this happens and the league is put on a notice so that everybody begins to ask questions about these top ranked players. They are beginning to question it. That's the only time it's being put on notice, and everybody's like, maybe it's about time that rule is changed. But as long as it happens to one, no, whether he's considered the favorite or not, as long as it happens to just one, as long as it's not a repetition of events, and it just keeps happening, which they'll definitely want to find some sort of solution for, then we can definitely say that the rule is the rule. Like I said earlier, it's the rule remains the rule, and they will just find a way to keep their players fit. That's basically the message passed. Keep your players fit, try and contend. He's already been in contention for the All-Star games. I think he was nominated for the All-Star games, so he's going to miss it.
Yeah,
he's definitely going to miss it. Now, if you're injured through the first part of the season and then your performances are not enough, you're not going to get that call. I mean, we are not seeing JT, we are not seeing Haliburton in this year's All-Star games, Kyrie Irving. It's obviously because of the injuries that they've amassed, and it's not just injuries; it's the long-term injuries too. So if we are just honestly being very fair, I think you have to play definitely a certain number of games to be eligible. And like you did assume in a case of injuries to most star players, I had to point out that it also affects where their team's placement is at the end of the season, which is one of the criteria for the individual MVP award. So, Ovi, the rules the rules are the rules, and at the end of the day, it's a bit unfair, but I mean, there's not much you could do to change it.
Well, speaking of where their teams are placed, yeah, you're looking at Denver Nuggets, currently third in the Western Conference. They've not played a single game this season without Jokic. He's always been the front man there. Last season, they went 4 wins, 8 losses in the games he missed. How could it affect them this season? In the game against Heat, yes, he was injured in that match against Heat. They later lost the match, though he dropped 21 points. Then you're looking at, after that, the matches they've had, they took on the Toronto Raptors. They beat the Toronto Raptors 106-103. At least a team they should be beaten. You're looking at the match against Cleveland Cavaliers. They were beaten 113-108. And looking at the next 2 matches, they have Brooklyn Nets and the Philadelphia 76ers. Can they survive this season without their star man? And who needs to step up?
You'll be looking at Aaron Gordon. You'll be looking at Aaron Gordon. You definitely be looking at Jamal Murray in terms of who has to step up. In terms of survival, like I said, once your star goes out, there has to be a level of effect it has on the team. That's why he's your main man. That's why he's your star player. I think Celtics are doing good this season. Do I think they could do better? I definitely think they could do better than they have done this season, and that would reflect sometimes in their scoring, sometimes in the number of chances that they have or they create because of how JT tends to play, his influence in the matches. So in a case where they are currently 21-12 this season with a certain Jason Tatum, maybe you could say, oh, some of those games, particularly the close call ones, could have been more mismatched than they made it seem. So you could have probably been seeing maybe a 25, 26, 27 to 5 or to 6 loss margin. So these players, as long as they are out, as long as they are not on the court or they are not playing, it's always going to have an effect. Nikola Jokic's absence is always going to be noticeable. His absence is definitely going to be felt by the team, but it's about how they cope without him and who exactly stepped up, like you said, who steps up to fit or to fill in his very, very large boots and to try and do the things that Nikola Jokic does, which is pretty hard to find anybody in the league that does what he does. I mean, but you have to find a way to win your games. You definitely have to find a way to win your games. When your best tactics are not really working for you, how exactly do you grind out wins? Do you just stop picking up wins or wait till when you get your players back, which of course is not sustainable when you look at who you're up against. I always like to say the Eastern Conference, we know the story of the Eastern Conference, so you do not toy or you do not joke or play around in the Eastern Conference. So you have to find a way, a sustainable way to win games without your star player, be it whether they're out or not. You don't know how long he's out for. In this case, we have an idea that it could be for 4 weeks. We are talking a month without Nikola Jokic. The entire January, we could see him back in February. In that span, I've mentioned, because we always have months where they have either more or less NBA games. In that span, if they play some good 8 to 12 games and they are not able to impress or impact a way of performing without Nikola, their season is going to be barely salvageable by the time he returns. So give your star player something to work with and try and make it look like it's not a one-face team. I'll tell you that the only way I found out about the Nikola Jokic injury was when I was just looking at who were the favorites in their next games. I was just looking through the NBA page, and then I was just seeing the likelihood of each team to win, and I saw an 87% chance for Cleveland Cavaliers to win Nuggets at home, and I was like, this cannot be correct. The Nuggets I knew, and then I instantly went and I saw that Jokic was out. I was like, no wonder. So that is that. It is so obvious. So when you come up against teams that you are expected to beat, it changes slightly. I don't know if you understand. And then when you come up against those ones that are already the strong heads, then it just alters completely against your favor. So they have to find a way, and they also have to manage the kind of games they play, know their opponents, who are the tough ones, who are the ones we could try and grind out a victory against. It all plays a huge part at the end of the day, but have something to hold on to, a sustainable method, so that when he does return, he can see out the rest of your season, hopefully injury free, and just being able to impact like we know Jokic can.
All right, it all ends on a draw at Elland Road. Leeds won, Manchester United won. Manchester United still hold on to that 5th position, 31 points on the table, just 1 point separating them and Chelsea, and I think 2 or 3 points separating them from Liverpool, who 2 points, 2 points separating them from Liverpool, and a game more played by Manchester United. So 2 points separating them from Liverpool, who occupy a Champions League spot, and the game played more by Manchester United. Later by 4 p.m, Everton will take on Brentford, Fulham will take on Liverpool, Newcastle will take on Crystal Palace, Tottenham will welcome Sunderland, and City will take on Chelsea by 6:30 p.m. In the Spanish La Liga, Sevilla currently losing to Levante 1-0. Real Madrid will hope to continue chasing Barcelona when they take on the Real Betis by 4:15. 30 minutes gone past hour of 6. Alaves will take on Real Oviedo. Same thing with Mallorca against Girona by 9 p.m. It's going to be Atletico Madrid and Real Sociedad. In the Italian Serie A, Fiorentina and Cremonese are currently playing out a goalless draw, 24 minutes on the clock. In the French Ligue 1, it's Marseille and Nantes playing out a goalless draw at the moment. 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701933996. You can call in and join in on the conversation for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701933996 for the phone line 08109510956. 3:30, and Alex Kabari will soon be taking over to talk football. But before that, what's your thoughts on what's happening in the world of football, in the world of Formula One, in the world of boxing as well? As Tyson Fury has said, he will be coming back 2026. Yeah, the Gypsy King, who retired in January 2025 after his consecutive defeat to Alexander Usyk in December 2024. Well, over the holiday, he teased the return video via social media training video, and on this date, he confirmed it with an Instagram post. The man said, and I quote, 2026 is that year, return of the Mac. Been away for a while, but I'm back now, 37-year-old and still punching. Nothing better to do than punch men in the face and get paid for it. This highlights the uncertainty surrounding the potential blockbuster all-British fight between Fury and longtime rival Anthony Joshua. Well, this matter has been highly anticipated for years, with previous positive talks between their camps. However, Joshua's future in boxing is now in serious doubt following a tragic car crash in Nigeria on December 29, 2025. Fury's promoter Frank Warren has expressed hope that Joshua recovers physically, but raised concern about his mental state and desire to continue boxing. Quoting the man, he said, "I don't even know if he will have the appetite to fight again or if he will fight again. That is something that only time will tell." Prior to the clash, negotiations for a Fury-Joshua fight in 2026 were advancing positively, with both sides interested in the financial terms were right. Benjamin, Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury. This is like the fourth time he said he's retiring, and he said he wants to come back. But there were already talks between a fight between him and Anthony Joshua. We know his loss. We know what happened, the car crash and all. Is there any possibility that Anthony Joshua is going to be coming back to boxing after looking at that car crash and all? And Tyson Fury coming back to boxing doesn't necessarily have to be Anthony Joshua. Are we looking at maybe another contender?
First of all, when Tyson Fury says he's retiring, nobody takes him serious, because the man gets to retire today, tomorrow he's back. Coming again, I think I wouldn't want to attribute that to brokenness, or maybe the man is missing the sports. If you're missing the sports, or if you know you're going to miss the sports, why will you want to call it quit in the first place? So I think for Anthony Joshua, that fight between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury have been lingering over the years, and you look at it, fans would want to see that, boxing fans would want to see that fight any day, anytime. But the truth is, Anthony Joshua, we knew what happened to him on the 29th of December here in Nigeria, car crash, and then we don't know, though he's been discharged from the hospital, but we don't really know the extent of the damage in his body. But at the end of the day, the man and his team would have to sit down and analyze the situation, see if his body could carry him. And remember, he lost two of his close friends. So this is boxing is more or less a physical sport, and it's also an emotional sport. So the man would, at the end of the day, sit down, look at, analyze situation, look at himself, if he's still good to go emotionally, physically. Then we'll have to look at what is, if it's going to be possible. Other than that, I don't think any other thing could be an excuse why Anthony Joshua would not be, fighting, what's his name now, Tyson Fury. For Tyson Fury, whenever he says he's retiring, I don't want to take him serious. The man could retire 10 times. This is the fourth time he's retiring and coming back again. So I keep asking myself, why would you want to rush and say you're retired when you know that you don't have, you're going to be missing the sport? Or I don't know. So though we've seen boxers get to retire and come back, but not to the extent of Tyson Fury. But the AJ and Tyson Fury fight, lots of things would have to be considered, going into this fight. Like I said, AJ physically, we don't know the damage that accident might have caused, though he's been discharged. Secondly, emotionally, his friends that he has lost, emotionally, he would have to assess himself. His team would have to assess him, to see if he's ready to take any of those fights, if he's not ready, then we might likely be seeing AJ calling it quits when it comes to but the sport of boxing.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to the footballing side of things on today's Sports Live. It's still the marathon edition of the show on Today 95.1 FM. You are listening to the voice of Kabari Alexander, and I'm here to drive you through this segment, everything European football we'll be discussing. And of course, I've still got the guys in the studio with me ready to do justice to every talking point that we have today for you. And of course, we would also bring you in to discuss. I've still got Benjamin Mina and Ovie Wallace in the studio, and Osas Ihiwin, the demigod of sports, who just joins us. Yes, we are going to be talking reactions to everything happening in the world of European football from across the weekend. We've seen lots and lots of things. Arsenal looking like they've clicked onto another gear. Barcelona and the return of La Liga finding a way to win even when it looked like it was not going to be feasible. And right now, if you're an Arsenal or a Barcelona fan, you're thinking, we are in a perfect position. We are well poised for the remainder of the season. Yes, but of course, like I said earlier, we are going to be bringing you in to hear your reaction, your thoughts to everything that we are going to be discussing today. The phone lines are open at 0810 9510 951. The phone lines will be thrown open at 0810 9510 951, and our SMS and WhatsApp also doubles at 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Well, we just saw a draw played out at Elland Road. Manchester United were looking to keep their run going after a very good result at home to Newcastle United, but they were not able to do it against the Leeds side, who are unbeaten in 7 now. I mean, it was a great showing game, and both sides were cancelling each other's strikes out within 3 minutes. And we've also got a host of Premier League games to come by 4 p.m. The one Fulham versus Liverpool, I think, is going to be the main focal point. Fulham set up in a 3-4-2-1 formation with Bernd Leno in goal, Issa Diop, Joachim Andersen, and Cuenca making the back three. Timothy Castagne, Sasa Lukic, Tom Kearney, and Anthony Robinson make up the 4 in the midfield. Harry Wilson, Emil Smith-Rowe, and Raul Jimenez up front. Of course, they've also lost about 3 players to the AFCON, and they'll be looking to solidify a recent run of good form for them at home to the Reds, who are, should we say, inconsistent? But anyways, the Reds line up in a 4-2-3-1 formation with Alisson in goal, Milos Kekes, Virgil van Dijk, Ibrahima Konate, and Conor Bradley making the back 4. Curtis Jones and Ryan Gravenberch in the double pivot, with Florian Wirtz, Alexis McAllister, Dominic Szoboszlai, and Cody Gakpo making the rest of the forward line. But Benjamin, we are going to be starting off with Arsenal here. We know they grinded out a 3-2 win at the Vitality Stadium, courtesy of a Declan Rice brace and a Gabriel Magalhaes redemption strike after gifting the opener to Bournemouth striker Evan Nielsen. And now, Paul Merson, he said in his words, he believes in Arsenal's ability to grind teams down, despite not playing well, and their vast squad depth that reminds him of Sir Alex Ferguson's Manchester United team. After they came from behind to beat Bournemouth 3-2, despite falling behind early on. He said, Arsenal seem to grind teams down. They did it against Villa last week, and they did it today. Second half, they had more composure. The squad is so strong. The 3 subs that came on, it reminds me of Alex Ferguson's squads at Man United of old. It wasn't vintage, but what can you say? You should enjoy it. This is a big football result. Games like this are the defining moments. It puts so much pressure on Man City. And I used to watch all the games, and if you're an Arsenal player, you want Man City to get beat by Chelsea. It helps you. Of course, I know people say worry about ourselves, but you worry less if the other teams are losing. Strong statement there by Paul Merson in terms of the comparisons of this Arsenal team Mikel Arteta set up to Fergus United, but he highlighted particularly the squad depth involved in both sides, to have the luxury to throw on Bukayo Saka off the bench when you're not in a losing position. I mean, it speaks so much of the squad depth that Arsenal currently have at their avail to use as they please. But Paul Merson has made a very strong comparison between this Arsenal team to Fergie's United. What do you think of those comparisons, Benjamin?
Well, first of all, for Arsenal, I think they've been doing the job. It's about grinding with results, and no matter how you play, fans want to get the result at this point in time. Beautiful football doesn't matter at this point in time. What matters is the 3 point, and that's what Arsenal have been trying to do. They conceded quite a shavish goal when Gabriel got a back pass. They didn't actually look before treading that pass through, and they had a goal. Bournemouth had a goal earlier in the game, and the man redeemed himself a couple of minutes ago. Arsenal, you look at that game, Arsenal didn't play particularly well, but what matters, like I said earlier, is the 3 points. That's what matters. At this point in time, good performance doesn't matter. You can play, good performance or good football, and at the end of the day, you get beaten, or you ended the game in a draw. That's not what fans want. At this point in time, fans want all 3 points, and that's what Arsenal have been trying to do. If you want to be a champion, you don't need to play good football every time. What you need to do is grind out those results. And last season, these are the results, these are the things that Arsenal, or these are the teams that Arsenal didn't actually got point from. They beat Arsenal, talking about Bournemouth, they beat Arsenal home and away last season. So it's a good one for Arsenal to have taken their own pound of flesh from them, especially in a crucial time like this. So, and talking about the squad depth, I think Arsenal have got the largest squad right now in the English Premier League. Yesterday, during the game, the camera actually looked at the squad at the bench. You see the likes of Bukayo Saka, Eberichi Eze, couple of nice players. Trossard on the bench. Ordinarily these are players that are supposed to be starting. As of last season, these are players that should be starting regularly. Game week in, week out. But the squad is so big and so rich that the likes of Reece Nelson. The average players we saw last season on the bench of Arsenal are no more there, and there are even talks that Ethan Nwaneri should be going out on loan, if an offer comes. So it shows how rich that squad is. And for comparing them to Manchester United squad of old, I could compare them in terms of the squad depth, because United have got lots of squad depth. You see the likes of Rafael da Silva, Fabio da Silva playing, Anderson on the bench, couple of players on the bench, players that are not really fantastic, but they could actually get the job done for you. Play according to the instruction of the manager, the way the manager wants to set up his team, and they have to deliver it on the pitch. So, for this, in terms of the squad depth, I could say you could actually compare them, but that's the only way I can compare them. I wouldn't compare them in terms of trophies and what have you, but again, I think Arsenal are actually doing the job, and that's what is really, really important at this point in time. Get the job done, no matter how it takes. What you need to do is get all 3 points.
Which brings us to this next one, because it's a situation that is tricky. They found themselves in this position in prior title races where they've needed to pick up points. They've needed to keep their momentum going, particularly when they are top at Christmas, they are top at New Year, and they go into the second half of the season, but they've never crossed that finish line. So they have to get it over the line this year, looking like strong favourites. We did mention their strong squad that they have, but of course there are always going to be a thing or two about a team or a title winning side, things that they have to rectify to be able to stage a proper title chase. So what worrying trends, are there any trends you see in this Arsenal side that you'd say they need to find answers to? Because we know, like we did say, this half of the season is problematic for them. They start well, but they don't finish well. We've seen it several times. It's played out. But they are looking like a different side this season. What particular trends have you noticed from this Arsenal side so far this season that you think they need to find answers to going into the rush hour of the season, Benjamin?
Well, I think if you look at the Arsenal side, they're flawless for now, because they've been getting these results. This is though the second half of the season is just starting, so you can't judge it. You can't judge it by these results, but you'd say that Arsenal are favourite because they're actually sitting on top of the table, and they're topping it with a couple of points, 4 points if I'm not mistaken. Manchester City are yet to play, but again, we've seen in the Premier League where 4-point leads. I remember Liverpool then when when Manchester City won the league with 1 point. It was Liverpool leading that pack with 7 points. 7 points cut down to 3, 3 cut down to 1, and that's how the rest is history, they say. So I think for Arsenal, they don't need to, look at the league table. I must tell you, though temptations are there, as you're human, you have to look at the league table at some point and tell yourself that you're doing very well. But at this point in time, I think the only thing that I think would hinder Arsenal this time is Arsenal, and that's the coach and the players, because we've seen games where Arsenal have drawn games where they are not supposed to have drew those games. But again, I think it's football. You don't get to win always. City will still drop points. Arsenal will still drop points at some point. So what you need to do, what Arsenal need to do is, you don't, like I've been saying all through last week or this week, you don't need to look at City. What you need to do is keep winning your games. If you keep winning your games and the season ends like this, you're a champion. So what you need to do is, I know lots of pressure. There's going to be pressure because of what they've what they've been through over the years, where they get to top the league and they end up as runners up. So that pressure is going to be there. The manager haven't won the Premier League before, so the pressure that comes with being on top of the league. It's those are the things that Arsenal will be facing at this point in time. But for me, I think they don't have to look at. I remember when Jurgen Klopp won the league for the first time. He said. When he won the league, he said he told his players not to look at the league table, because when you look at it, you get distracted. Just keep doing your job. So I feel Arsenal could adopt that. You just keep doing your job. They've got a couple of players have won the league in the team. They've got part of the backroom staff, coaches that have won the league. That's talking about Gabriel Heinze, won the league with Manchester United, so he's an experienced head. So I think those things will be playing out. But you have to, as a manager, you have to tell the players, don't look at the league table at this point in time. Yeah, you might be top in the league, but don't look at it. Just keep doing your job. See how you can be grinding out results. That's what matters. And then leave the rest for, the other teams chasing you to actually keep chasing. Just keep doing the work. But for now, I don't see any anything wrong with Arsenal. But for me, I think the circumstance of the league is just starting. Yeah, we've had 2 games or so. Some won, some have just played 19, some played 20. So it's just starting. But what they need to do is keep getting results. That's what is the most important thing at this point in time.
Well, Osas, do you share that sentiment? Because Benjamin seems to be of the mind that Arsenal basically have no worrying trends. They are almost flawless. They have nothing right now to worry about other than maybe a piece of advice here and there as to how to not focus on the league table and instead focus on themselves. Of course, we had Mikel Arteta, Paul Merson dish out those advices and how they should work on themselves. But of course, it would feel nice to also get aid from other clubs in terms of the people trying to chase you at the top of the table. Do you also share that sentiment that Arsenal so far are flawless and basically do not have anything to pinpoint going into the second half of the season?
I want to share the sentiments saying that Arsenal are flawless, because they've not really been flawless. I'm looking at the English Premier League this season. Yeah, in as much as we see the competitions the competition coming in so much from, or so hard from different teams in the English Premier League, nobody has been outrightly exceptional. We don't have multiple teams being outrightly exceptional. Okay, who are we looking at? Liverpool started pretty well in the season. No, let me not even say started pretty well. They got victories in the season, but those victories were not convincing. Going into halfway of the season, that is the middle of the first stanza of the season, Liverpool started to drop points. They started to have their issues, and it's just of recent where we are seeing that maybe they are beginning to come back from that surge, that downward spiral in Liverpool. Is it Manchester City? Manchester City haven't been themselves even right from last season, since they lost Rodri and got a few signings, but these signings were yet to
fuse into the team and get very conversant with being a Manchester City player and doing it for Manchester City. So, but are we talking about Aston Villa? You can agree with me that Aston Villa didn't really have it real good. They didn't really have it good from the start of the season. They are just becoming really, really a formidable side right now. No team has been outrightly exceptional in the English Premier League. It's just been Arsenal running all through. And you can see for Arsenal, they've not been very much that convincing play, that convincing performance has not been there. Arsenal is just seated on top right now because most likely all that we have seen is just working in their favor at this point. So I won't want to say they are convincing, or I won't want to say they are unopposed going forward. What I want to say right now is the English Premier League is playing to their advantage, and they should be taking it right now. Mikel Arteta should be doing everything he can to harness points heavily before maybe other teams start waking up. So that's just that for Arsenal as it stands right now. Sit on top of the table, enjoy it as far as it lasts.
Oh, well, like Osa said, sit on top of the table and enjoy it as long as it lasts. Well, I definitely did expect to hear some worrying trends like the concession of goals recently. They've considered 2 yet again in another Premier League games. And I know those Chelsea fans will be looking at it and saying, is this the Arsenal side that wanted to beat the record for the least goals considered, of course, which was set by Chelsea, 15. So, I mean, when you look at it, Arsenal have 1 or 2 things to worry about or to rectify to really stage themselves as Premier League champions. And of course, when you look at the fact that they've always been, or so far this season, they've been defending champions. They've been, not literally, but they've been the champions of defense. You'd expect much better going into difficult games. But the guys in the studio share the sentiments that they just have to focus on themselves. They are not flawless. Benjamin agrees to say they are flawless. But of course, Arsenal do have a lot of work to do if we are to look at the remaining 18 Premier League fixtures of the season. But there is one particularly worrying trend. Particularly a very worrying trend. And as an Arsenal fan, I don't know how worried they would be about it. Goals are coming. Arsenal are beginning to score goals. But again, the strikers are not getting involved in the goals. Gyökeres taking off game after game without a goal involvement. Jesus looks like the man to even be called upon as it stands. Havertz just returned. What is going on with Arsenal attackers? We saw 3 goals yesterday, 1 by a defender, 2 by a central midfielder. They look to be starving their strikers of goals, and at the end of the day, you think that the striker should be the one at the end of most of those chances to sort of give you a cautionary feel when you're going into a crucial part of the season. So is this something to think about for Mikel Arteta?
I think for Arsenal's case, I think when it comes to scoring goals and strikers, I think I've left that problem in 2024 with them. Arsenal and scoring goals has always been a problem. Okay, no, not really scoring goals, but having that front man to produce those goals. You don't have the likes of Firmino, you don't have the likes of even Suarez is not even in the top 9. I still to Suarez, Mo Salah is not even in the top 9, but he still gets you those goals. You don't have the likes of Suarez, the likes of Erling Braut Haaland, and the likes of Thierry Henry then for this Arsenal squad. So you that is what we felt was lacking in this Arsenal squad. But you now look at what's happening in this Arsenal team. 2024, 2025, 2023, they've not had a top 9, but they've still been able to produce goals. And we first said they needed the top 9 to get the Premier League title. Although yes, you say Gyökeres has played his own bit. Currently in the Premier League, he's joint top top highest goal scorer with Leonardo Trossard. Both of them are on 5 goals. Declan Rice follows behind with 4 goals this season in the English Premier League. You're looking at an Arsenal squad that are topping the table, one of the top goal scorers, and they don't even have a player on double digits in the English Premier League. It's really, really concerning, but they've been able to score the goals. And maybe for some Arsenal fans, it's worrying, but I think for me, I am not as worried as I used to be there, because I'm like, see, just leave these people, let them play their football. If they feel that their football, they don't really need to get their top man to get this good, because Eucharist creates that distraction for the defenders. He still makes those runs that free up the other players, and all. He still applies pressure, the pressing and all that he does there. So he still plays his own beat. He still has his own parts to play in the Arsenal setup. Look at Gabriel Jesus coming in and getting those goals. So they've also got a backup in Gabriel Jesus as well. Although you say personally for the player it is concerning, because Victor Eucharist coming in for almost 30 something million or so, and then not getting the goals that people expected him to get. Him coming to this season, they were like, Arsenal are going to get. Victor is scoring 20 plus goals, and the man has so far blanked. I don't since when did he score his last goal? His last goal came in. That was in the match against Everton.
Yeah, the 1-0 win. He took
that
the
was
penalty.
In December. Yes, that was in December. He took a penalty. Then you're looking from open play. That was in November against Burnley. So the last time this man scored a good goal against a big team was the match against Atletico Madrid. That was in the Champions League. He scored 2 goals. For the man himself, is concerning, but since then he's been blank. He didn't feature in the match against Crystal Palace in the Carabao Cup. In the match against Brighton, man was absent. Against Aston Villa too, he was absent. The man that they brought in to replace him scored immediately after in Gabriel Jesus. So it's concerning for the players individually. For the whole team, for the whole fan base, I don't think they are really bothered at this point. Because what for them is the title. As long as we can get the 3 points, we can get 3 points. And for me as well, yes, you say as an analyst, you have to criticize all of them. The player is not scoring, but I think when you now really get down to it, it's are they scraping by? Are they doing what they still need to do? And I feel they are still getting the job done. They are getting the 3 points. They are getting the goals. They are looking at 2-1 against Brighton, 4-1 against Aston Villa, 3-2 against Bournemouth. Yes, you're saying that it's a defender and a distant, but they were able to get the goals. If it's via the set piece, you want to say they got it or whatever. They got those goals. They are still scoring goals that they need to score. Because you're not getting those 3 points without scoring goals. Even if it's the own goal that they've done at least before. But I think Arsenal so far have no worries when it comes to scoring goals. Individually, we can look at the striker. I do believe they are going to change their setup. I think going into a new season, but I think this season they just want to keep it like they've always done, and it's not a Manchester City feed a LeBron Haaland. It's not a Firmino, a Liverpool team where Firmino plays a false 9 and he tries to draw them. He still gets those goals away. No, a Luis Suarez led City or Liverpool, or a Kun Aguero led Manchester City back then. So I think for me, I really have no problem with how Arsenal are getting the job done.
Oh well, amongst the goal scoring issues, they do have a man who has turned to their main goal source, and his name is Declan Rice. Well, Mikel Arteta believes Declan Rice deserves his place amongst the world's best midfielders after his double helped Arsenal to a 3-2 win over Bournemouth, a match that the midfielder nearly missed through injury. It was said that he was stretching and he felt a pull somewhere in his legs, but he took it on to play on. Worrying? They will let the Arsenal fans decide that. Rice completed Arsenal's comeback from 1-0 down on the South Coast to put them 2-1 and 3-1 up as the Gunners moved 6 points clear of the top of the Premier League. When asked if Rice is among the best midfielders in the world, Arteta replied, "Yes, for me, he is." Declan is constantly adding things to his game. He's constantly adding things to the role in the team. I don't see where he can stop because he can still improve in a lot of areas and he wants us to improve. He is such a pivotal player for us. The words of Arsenal's gaffer, Mikel Arteta. Now, we know situations and scenarios when you go into this stage of the campaign, Ovie, when you need to rack up wins, you need to keep going to be able to cross that finish line. And in almost every scenario, there is always a player that steps up. There is always a player that you call upon that, oh, I can't find a way to pick up 3 points in this game. Who is that one player out of 11, out of a possible 16, which, of course, if we include the bench players, you'd call upon and say, I can count on this person to get us that 3 points needed. So, in the light of that, knowing that you definitely need someone to call upon, do you think Declan Rice is going to be that man for Arsenal this season in those difficult situations where they need to find a way to win?
Yes, he has been there in and out. When you look at scoring goals, turning up at the point, but it's not just about scoring goals. I think he has been on fantastic all round. I think if we even want to talk about a top 2 player in Arsenal right now, his name fits up there, maybe the likes of Odegaard and the rest. But I think he might even be Arsenal's best player this season. Him, Gabriel Magalhaes, and he might be. To me, I believe he's Arsenal's best player this season. He's been in and there all round. 2 goals against Bournemouth yesterday. I think he had 4 goals this season. 1 against Burnley. He had 1 against West Ham as well. Was crucial in the match against Newcastle away from home. So the man is stunning performances in and out, and not just in the English Premier League, also in the Champions League as well. He's been really, really fantastic. Had an assist in the match against Atletico Madrid, and an assist in the match against Slavia Prague as well. We saw that free kick he scored. He scored in against Real Madrid the last time. We saw the goal he had against PSV in the last Champions League you're looking at. So he's been one of Arsenal's best players, and I think yes, everyone has to step up, but I think if you're looking at Declan Rice and the Arsenal setup, he is a crucial part. And him, Gabriel Magalhaes, we saw both of them were absent. They came back and had that immediate impact. That is how you look at a player that is very, very good. He came back from an injury, had an immediate impact. Yes, you see that even with him out of the setup, Arsenal were still able to manage. But he brings something different and he came into that game 2 goals. And it's not just for Arsenal, for England as well too. It's a very, very crucial part for that Tuchel side. Show you that he really is, or say, a world class player as you want to call him. So for me, I believe this season he is Arsenal's best player. And going forward, Arteta is going to rely on him in big games. He needs to turn up in those big games. And going forward, if he can keep on doing this, who knows, he might even win the no, I don't know about the Ballon. I don't know about the Ballon. I don't know about the Ballon. But yeah, Arsenal fans who bring the scenario that if they win the Premier League, if they win the Champions League, he has a shout out for the Ballon d'Or. I was actually watching a show, and the Arsenal fan said that yes, Declan Rice can win the Ballon d'Or if he wins the Champions League, if they win the Premier League. I'm like, okay. No problem. But it's possible. No. It's possible if he keeps on this doing the performance. If they win the Premier League, if they win the Champions League, I don't think anybody really wants to say anything at that point in time. Because you cannot be looking at goals for a midfielder like him. You're looking at how crucial he's been in the Arsenal setup, and I think he's been like 60% of Arsenal's success story this season, for me. So yes, who knows? Maybe the Ballon d'Or, or I was even thinking better the English, the English Premier League Player of the Year. That's what I was just thinking of. But maybe the Ballon d'Or is a long shot.
So in light of that, Declan Rice being the man for Mikel Arteta to call upon in those difficult scenarios, the man to step up, you just have to ask the question: is Declan Rice world class?
Yeah.
Just straight up.
Yes. He's for me, I believe world class is doing it at every point in at every point in your life.
Okay. Let's take this a definition of world class now. The modern term of world class has become top 5 player in your position in the world. Is Declan Rice a top 5 player in his position? He's a central midfielder. If you pair him against central midfielders from all parts of the world, would you find Declan Rice's name among the top 5?
Yes.
All of a sudden it's tricky. Why did you have to say guess it?
I was thinking 5, or like I would have put him in top 6.
Top 6.
Top 6.
You could name 6 or 5 central midfielders currently better than Declan Rice. Is that what you're trying to say?
That is what I am trying to say. That is what I am trying to see.
I think for me, Declan Rice makes the top 5 when it has to do with central midfielders around the world. Good enough if I'm going with your definition of world class, because from my own point of view, I was seeing world class as someone who has done it on the big stage and has been able to attain that decoration on himself. And if you want to look at that, then Declan Rice will be found wanting, because he hasn't really won the UEFA Champions League. The best he has won is the UEFA
Conference League with West Ham.
So he hasn't won the UEFA Champions League. He hasn't won the English Premier League.
He's been to the Euro finals twice with England.
Win
and lost.
Win. He has not got the Euros. A European Cup to his name. That's he hasn't won the Euros. He hasn't won the World Cup. So why would I be looking at him as world class? That's from my own point of view, from my own definition. He doesn't really attain that. But from your own point of view, let's look at world class as in his position, because I have an issue with that. If the stakes are down, that means you just celebrate anybody you find as world class. If we want to go with that, I think Declan Rice cuts top 5, because if you want to look at central midfielders, the likes of, if you want to call the top 5 now, Rodri should be up there. You have Jude Bellingham, should be in that mix.
Pedri,
Vitinha, Fabian Ruiz, sometimes the central midfielder. Frankie de Jong at some point. So if you want to call all of this, there's no way you will not be calling Declan Rice. Musiala is an attacking midfielder. He's not a central midfielder. Except you want to say Kimmich.
Joshua
Kimmich. You put Joshua Kimmich in that mix. But if you want to call all of these names, Federico Valverde, if you want all of these names now that we have called, if you want to outrightly look at it, Declan Rice trumps or can break into being in the top 5 of all of these names that we have called. So for that, I would say, this period, Declan Rice is one of the top 5 central midfielders. But if I want to say world class, I think world class goes beyond, are you the best in your era? Are you the best in your department?
In your position
right now. I think it goes beyond that, because if we have a bunch of mediocres, you definitely be the best. Does that make you world class? Let's come to education. For example, you take someone who is a mid-ranger into a class of low performers, those slow learners. He tops the class, but that doesn't make him a bright and excellent student. That's only because he has found himself within those where you can say the one-eyed man in the land of the blind, or the one-legged man in the land of the lame. So that's the reason why he's stopping. Doesn't mean that he's excellent. So take nothing away from Declan Rice. I'm not saying he's not he's a beautiful central midfielder in his period. But when we say world class, I think world class should go beyond that. What have you done for the game of football? Let's take a stroll back. When you begin to call names like Johan Cruyff, Michel Platini, you begin to call the names of Pele, Maradona in his days, you want to call Zinedine Zidane, these players always have one trait for which you remember them for, whether they are on the pitch of play or outside the pitch of play. They always have that one trait which you remember them for. Technicality, you can't take it away from Zinedine Zidane, one of the most technical players that we've come to see in the world of football. He's that beautiful when it has to do with being very technical on the pitch of play. Johan Cruyff, just a combination, a smooth blend of everything that has to be good on the pitch of play when it has to do with football. Pele, the speed, the goals, you can't write him off. So what exactly can we say of Declan Rice in that position of central midfield for us to say, oh, this guy is a world-class midfielder? It's not because of the situation where we find ourselves right now, where football has tilted towards one particular end, that we begin to say that. But fine, he's a good midfielder. He's a brilliant central midfielder. But I have a question, I have a query. If we want to say Declan Rice is world-class, let him continue doing what he's doing. Maybe he would discover something for himself, create something for himself, and most likely win something for himself and his team, and then we can now begin to think about him as being world class.
Oh well, Ovie hesitated, but Osas is very sure about his answer when we asked the question, is Declan Rice world class or not? Is he on the cusp of getting to being a world class player? And of course, we also discussed Arsenal, everything Arsenal. We've been talking about Declan Rice. We talked about the comparisons made by Paul Mertens, comparing Mikel Arteta's Arsenal to Fergie's United. We also spoke about the worrying trends they could probably see, and Benjamin called them flawless. But then we spoke about their attackers not getting enough goals, and if it was something for Mikel Arteta to worry about. And of course, the main man at the focal point was Declan Rice. Is he world class or not? And is he that man to rely on when things get tough in their push for a first title in 23 years? 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. The phone lines are open to get your reactions to everything we've discussed about Arsenal and Declan Rice so far. 0701-933-9962. That's our SMS and WhatsApp portals. 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller. Good evening.
I'm calling from Urmosi. Hello.
Hello, caller.
Yeah,
good evening.
This is Lauren. Good evening. This is Lauren calling from Urmosi.
Lauren, welcome to the show.
Yes. If you talk about world class, then comparing Declan Rice, that is not a world class midfielder. Okocha was once a world class central midfielder, but has he won a...
Okay, Lawrence, I think we missed your call right there. Do call back, please. I understand the direction he was about to head into. Speaking about trophies, Osas, this one was particularly for you because he was talking about trophies. You came from an aspect of how much you've won, and I was coming from an aspect of.
Let me remind him.
I was coming from an aspect of, as it stands right now, currently in the world, would you put him up there with the best 5 midfielders in the world? That was where I was coming from.
Who are you talking about?
Declan Rice. Course, yeah.
Okay, before I answer that one, let me come to the JJ Okocha's mix. All right.
Okay, we'll have that your reactions after we take this call. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, caller. Welcome to the show.
Yes.
Your name?
Yeah. My name is Sinclair Jumbo. I'm calling from Alakaya.
Oh, Sinclair from Alakaya. Welcome to the show.
Yes. I want to contribute to the discussion on whether Declan Rice is world class or not. I don't think he's world class yet, but he's getting close. You know, these English people, they know how to hype their players. They had their players to the high heavens, and then by the time it comes for you to show up, they will not be able to show up properly. If you look at the English setup, it doesn't so much have impact in the national team that they rise. It doesn't. He tries, once, but he doesn't do much. A truly world-class player would be good for club and country. I'm talking about his impact club level. What has he won for his club? Apart from that, Europa Conference League with West Ham, he has not won anything else. With the England national team too, when they face strong teams in the European finals or the semi-finals of the World Cup, they just cower, and nothing comes out of it. So let him keep trying. If he can help Arsenal win the league this year, maybe next year they defend it, then we cannot start talking about Declan Rice being a world class. But for now, he's maybe 60% towards being a world class.
Sinclair, I think you can agree with me when I say that some players are world class and then they drop from that potential. It is not a permanent status. They can climb into it and fall out of it. But as it stands right now, do you think Declan Rice, as it stands right now, without the trophies or anything else, right now, do you think he's world class?
He is not so much to that point, but he's getting there. He's close to being. Declan Rice doesn't decide Arsenal games all the time alone. It happens once in a while, like this last match. He doesn't do it all the time. A world-class player all the time decides games for his club, like Messi does, like Ronaldo does, and their likes. Declan Rice, I can count to the finger of my hands how many matches he has been decided. Apart from this one, the other one was the Real Madrid 3-0 that he scored 2 expert free kicks.
Yeah.
So he does these things once in a while.
Yeah.
But the world-class players, this was this type of performance week in, week out. And he's getting there, but he's not quite there.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay.
As for the entire Arsenal team, I think they are trying. This year, before they kick the first ball, I told people that Arsenal will win the league. And they have not disappointed me so far. But let them not collapse at the end of the when the pressure really gets on them. That has always been the nemesis. Towards the end of the season, they will just collapse. I pray it doesn't happen this time because they have a better bench going forward.
Okay, Sinclair. Would that be all?
Yes.
All right, Sinclair. Thank you very much for your thoughts on this one. Osas.
Yeah, let me start with the JJ Okocha statement. Now, remember I said something. I said, being a world-class player, you should be able to do something exceptional in your position, in your team. It's not really about, it's not really, for now, it's not really about the trophies. Because we have those who sit on the bench and win trophies, those who sit on the bench and go as far as winning all major trophies that there is in the world of football. But when you're talking about a world-class player, what do you bring to the table? I mentioned lots of names, and any of this name I did mention, you could pick something spectacular about them. Johan Cruyff, one of the most intelligent footballers that we have seen in these eras. You want to talk about Pele, one of the most lethal in front of goal that we have seen. Maradona, what else? Which other person do you want to call? But what can you say about Declan Rice? One of the callers mentioned JJ Okocha. Alex, you can say for a truth, JJ Okocha during his playing days was exceptional. He's one man that revolutionized that attacking midfield in the world of football.
Oh, well, we have to take this call now. Hello, caller, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, guys, and Happy New Year to you all.
I wish you the same. We wish you your name and where you're calling from.
Eto calling you from Omaha.
Okay, Eto, go ahead.
Thank you. Of course, my greetings to you.
I greet you, Eto. Happy New Year to you.
Same to you. My regards to my darling sister and children. Very, very important. So I know, Osa, since ever I know you, is today you are late.
That was a drop call situation there. Do well to call back, Eto. Would love to hear all that you have to say on this show. Well, we'll head back to the English Premier League where the matches are underway. The Fulham Liverpool's kickoff was delayed to 4:15, while the rest of the Premier League matches are underway. We have goals to report at Everton, Brentford, where Brentford have taken the lead, and Newcastle United did go ahead, but that goal has just been disallowed by VAR. So it's still goalless at St. James Park versus Newcastle versus Crystal Palace. Tottenham versus Sunderland is still goalless, and Liverpool look to regain their momentum after their slump in a goalless draw at home to Leeds United. But it's still goalless opening 7 minutes of that one. Real Madrid, Real Betis has just kicked off. It's still goalless there. Levante did defeat Sevilla 3-0 in La Liga. Alaves will host Real Oviedo. Mallorca will host Girona. Hello, Kala, good evening.
Yeah, I greet you guys in your Kabaloba.
Oh, Kabiloba. Sure.
Yes, about the Arsenal issue. For me, for the Arsenal team, I never see any world-class player ready for the Arsenal team. All the people who did are good players. But if them go fit try become world-class, it's for good. But for Declan Rice, world-class, he never be. But for this season, he'll be one of the best midfielder where we get. So make them not get ahead of themselves. Then and slot, make my talk to them because this boy when I sit down here they watch. Same thing when he do last match, I don't see him for his hand again. He don't first son put for this match, make him strike, make him take time more. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabilo Barry. Thank you. I was just going to ask the question. Not one world class player in the Arsenal squad. I think that's a bit unfair. Is that a bit? Do you think that's a bit unfair, Osas?
I think that's for Kabilo Barry. Anyways, that's for Kabilo Barry. Everyone has got an option. Everyone has got a leverage or a freedom for whatever he or she feels is right. So that's for him anyway. But that Arsenal squad has got quality players, yes, not just average players. They've got quality players. We've seen Bukayo Saka at a point in time rise to become one of the most lethal wingers that you can find in the world of football. So you can't look at Bukayo Saka and say he's not an exceptional player. He's not a world-class player. Yeah, so it's not. You can't just say everyone within the Arsenal mix isn't a world-class player.
Okay. Hello, Kala. Good evening and welcome to the show.
Yes, good day, my brother.
Yeah. Good evening. Your name and where you're calling from? Sorry, could you call me your name again?
Yes, my name is Kingsley, calling from Obogo.
Okay, Kingsley. Go ahead with your contribution.
Yes, based on the question you're asking concerning Declan Rice, my brother, for now, he has no way come close, not even talk of becoming a world-class player for now. He's good. He's a good player. But being a world-class player, a player that is not consistent, you know what world player does? In each matches, they want to show themselves, they want to improve themselves, show the world that, yes, truly they are world-class player. But for Declan Rice, for now, no. And for the whole entire team of Arsenal, I haven't seen one for now. Maybe in a few months or in a few days to come, maybe. But for now, no one for now.
Do you also think that a trophy won by these Arsenal players? Do you also think that a trophy won by these Arsenal players will impact the way you look at them as whether they are world class or not?
Yes, that follows too, because if you're competing in any like Champions League or either the Premier League or name them, and you are not able to win anything serious to show to the world that yes, you're good and you're good to go. So what can you tell the people that you're good or you're world class player?
Mm-hmm.
But for this one, nothing to show, and you'll be able to deceive me or even prove to the world that yes, indeed you're a good player. So for now, nothing. It's part of it, my brother. It's part of it.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much for that one. Thank you so much for calling in. Oh well, lots and lots of reactions as to Declan Rice, and I actually thought most of you would be on the side of thinking that Declan Rice is a world-class player. Liverpool, we are through on goal with Cody Gakpo on a one-on-one situation, but he was deemed offside. Still no goals to report there. But of course, we are running out of time, and we just quickly have to preview the big one. Today, Manchester City versus Chelsea. We'll see if we can just take a little of this from this caller.
Yeah,
Hello, caller. Good evening.
Yes,
Kabulo, welcome back to the show.
I beg. Waiting, I say, not be waiting. Waiting go make us up their supporters back. But for if they check themselves, not true. Then check themselves. Then no say they not get any world class player. They get best player. Then get good player for their team. But if talk of world class, Arsenal no get. No, they carry anyone can give me. Maybe the one way they for team where they win trophy.
Okay.
They say they win trophy. They talk of somebody will be saying when he day for pitch. When he don't watch, when he don't bat, he will turn off himself.
Okay.
Then these people will not say yes. This person did for free. Arsenal not get that kind of player. So that is why I say they not get any world class player for their team.
Okay. Kabil Barry, thank you for that one. Okay, right before that call, we were previewing Manchester City versus Chelsea. Well, we know Pep Guardiola's men will welcome a managerless Chelsea. I think that one has to be the highlight of the day. The fact that Chelsea walk in there with an, should we say, interim manager at the helm of things while they are still expecting the arrival of a certain Liam Rosenio. They welcome them to the Etihad for a Super Sunday blockbuster clash, with Chelsea having parted ways with manager Enzo Maresca on New Year's Day. City are currently 7 points behind table toppers Arsenal, and they dropped crucial points in the title race after a very frustrating goalless draw away to Sunderland. They've been perfect at home since losing to Tottenham in August. They've won 7 games on the bounce and they've scored 25 goals in the process. And they are heavy favourites ahead of this one because of their strong home record. And of course, that looming record. Chelsea have not beaten City in any competition since the 2021 Champions League final, with City winning 10 of the last 12 meetings. Ovie, how do you see this fixture going out? Just very quickly. It's not much of a rivalry, but what do you expect from this fixture today?
Well, with Chelsea being managerless and City wanting to...
Callum McFarlane. They have Callum McFarlane.
Maybe
I don't
manager
know why
be
you are
that.
looking down on this man.
That is the
That was
interim
how
manager.
they said about Roberto Di Matteo until he won the UEFA
Champions League,
and
exactly. So you believe in McFarlane?
McFarlane would be there and win the EPL title. What
we did the Osha.
Enzo Maresca did not do.
See, for me, City, Chelsea, I believe. I think it will go City's in City's way. I believe City is going to win that match. For me, I believe Chelsea are still fragile. Yes, people still saying they're going to come out and play and all. I believe City still have more to gain from this match, and I believe they are going to win this match. It might not be much. But for me, I still believe City is going to win this match.
So if you were to give an exact scoreline, what do you think this match is going to be?
2-1.
2-1 win for Manchester City. With the way you mentioned dominance, you'd have expected a larger scoreline. How about yours? What do you think this game, or how do you think this game is going to be?
I think Pep Guardiola is going to exploit what's happening with Chelsea. Not forgetting the fact that they've got a manager, an interim manager in Callum McFarlane there, and definitely a man who, see, the best of managers are managers who manage underage side or age grade side. He's Chelsea's under 21 side, so you can tell me that he knows what a young talent is and where to place a young talent according to what that talent gives on the pitch of play. So if you look at the entire Chelsea setup, not really in bad hands. Let's see. It's going to be his first time with the senior team. Let's see what happens right there. But there's one thing we should also expect. One thing that draws back for Chelsea fans right now. Your big man in the middle of the park is not going to be part of this one. Talking about Moses Caicedo. So it's going to be a naked Chelsea. Caicedo covers their blushes. He's one man that knows how to cut those attacks when they build. And without his presence in that midfield, I know Santos is going to maybe be coming in, or maybe they could have Reece James come into defensive midfield. But if it's not Moses Caicedo, it's not Moses Caicedo. So at this point, Chelsea are defenseless. Chelsea are managerless, and most likely they will be bare and naked as they come up against Manchester City. And I think if Pep Guardiola knows what he's doing, this is just the best time to harness points away from Chelsea, because he knows this Chelsea team is going to come good. And if they come good ahead of the season, if they come across Arsenal, if they're formidable enough, they would be one of the tools in your hands to get Arsenal drop points. And at this point, the way it is right now, you can see clearly that Manchester City will be going into this one throwing all that they've got at Chelsea. And if that happens, it's at the Etihad. So I'm not even seeing a 2-1 win for Manchester City. There is every likelihood that we're going to see multiple number of goals, and it's going to tilt towards one direction, which is Manchester City. So Manchester City might beat Chelsea today by 3-0.
Okay.
I just thought Fulham had gotten the goal or a lead over Liverpool. Is that man? That's Robinson, isn't it? Wilson.
Harry Wilson.
Harry Wilson. Yes, he's been on the score sheet for about 3 or 4 games now, back to back to back to back. So this is the January transfer window. Is he leaving or is he staying?
You're citing a possible move for Harry Wilson out of the Premier League.
He might not be out of the Premier League, but one thing is sure about Callum Wilson right now. He is definitely Harry Wilson. He's definitely going to be on the radar of many clubs.
But Osas, you've got your eyes on that one. Did it look offside? I don't think it did. And the goal is given.
The goal is given. So Fulham lead Liverpool 1-0. Liverpool again and again. It don't happen.
Okay, we were previewing Manchester City versus Chelsea when Fulham took the lead versus Liverpool. That was a sleek ball played through the channel there. I think it was first ruled out for offside, but on the VAR review has been given for a goal. Fulham lead Liverpool at home in yet another very, very difficult fixture. Ovie, you've had your eyes on this game. Have Liverpool looked most likely to impose some sort of challenge, or right before Fulham took the lead in this game, have they looked like they've got their scoring boots on at all?
We first saw that chance by we've got that. You're looking at the goal that was first given to the offside that was first ruled out against Cody Gakpo. You see they've been trying their best as much as possible to get a goal, and I think they're still building, they're still pressing, and I believe the goal is still going to come sooner or later. It's 90 minutes of football played. There's still much to play in the first half. Also, the second half is to come as well. You see, after their goalless draw against Leeds, they pressed to try and get one back, at least to keep their hopes of qualifying for the Champions League alive. And for me, I believe there's still much to be played in this match, and they're going to get the goal sooner or later.
Okay, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Niger side of things. Nigerian football, to be specific. It's the Super Eagles. We are going to be talking to the Super Eagles today. We have the MPFL on the menu today. It's the AFCON fever. Yesterday we saw Mali with one man down. They held their own against Tunisia. 1-1. It ended in regular time, and they won 3-2 on penalties. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's still the Today Sports Live, the marathon edition. This is the Nigerian side of things, the second half. Take a chill pill and enjoy the show with us.
For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Welcome back to the show. My name is Benjamin Minawachuku. Today we are going to be starting with the MPFL in the Nigerian front. Now, the Nigerian Premier Football League, the MPFL, has advocated a 1 million naira minimum monthly salary for players. Did you hear that? 1 million minimum monthly salary for players. The league body stated that the move is part of the broader reform aim at professionalizing the league. The MPFL chairman, Honorable Benga Elegbele, stated this on Saturday in Abuja. Elegbele said his long-term goal is to transform the MPFL into a more competitive, credible, and commercially viable league. He noted that improved remuneration would significantly enhance players' welfare and quality of life, while also reducing the growing trends of Nigerian footballers leaving the country for lower tier foreign leagues in search of a better financial record. Now let me quote him. He said, "Better pay will not only improve players' welfare, but also strengthen the credibility, competitiveness, and marketability of the MPFL." Benga Elegbele told MPFL Media. Osas, let's start from this now. The financial aspect of the Nigerian Professional Football League players is quite important, and we've seen our players leave our best legs in the league get to leave for lower foreign leagues for financial stability, and we've seen that most of our players go as far as the Rwandan league, leagues in Africa that normally we should think that the MPFL should be better than, but they go there and earn good fortune and then come back. We talk about our players not really performing in the CAF competitions. Our clubs not really performing, and that's because we don't have our best legs here. So Osas, what do you make of what Honorable Benga Elegbele have said about the MPFL players raising their salary to 1 million naira per player?
It's not bad for you to say you want to raise the salaries of players to 1 million naira. It's not out of place for you to say you want to improve the welfare of players. But what has the Nigerian Premier Football League done to be able to have players comfortably be on a 1 million naira salary? That's where the question is right now. He cannot raise it on his own because he's not actually the owners of the clubs or the employers of these players. The only thing you can do as the chairman of the MPFL board is get those policies that could maybe bend the fingers of the clubs to improve the welfare of players. But how do you expect clubs to improve the welfare of players? Number one, these clubs are owned by the state government. And if you look at it clearly, players are more or less like civil servants employed by the state government.
Yeah.
So if most likely they are on a minimum wage, let's say but they are not on a minimum wage because the players pay is based on contractual agreements.
Yeah.
Would you want to bend the hand of the state government to to begin to pay players ₦1 million plus. Because if that happens, then the Ministry of Education comes up and say you must pay teachers ₦1 million naira plus. Then the Ministry of Works will come. You must pay those within the Ministry of Work ₦1 million naira plus. The Ministry of Urban Development will say you must pay everybody here ₦1 million naira plus. So it's not that easy. The question is, what has the MPFL done? How has the MPFL grown? It's the MPFL, as much as possible, developed to that level where you can say these things is not rocket science. As you continue to improve, definitely you would now see a reason why the players' welfare should be improved on. Because now, are you going to pay player ₦1 million naira and his transport and logistics from the club are not properly done?
Yeah.
He earns ₦1 million naira. He's still risking his life on the road 24 hours of a day, 2 times a week. He's paid ₦1 million naira, and his training kits are still not complete.
Yeah.
He's paid ₦1 million naira. He gets injured. He doesn't receive the best of treatment as an injured player. Some of these talks, sometimes we see it as publicity stunts. We see it as those what we call radio talks, what we call audio talks. Yes, so that maybe for a particular, you want to push a particular narrative, or you want to create a particular image in the face of the public. These are some of the things that we usually see. Quoting him there, he says, better pay will not only improve players' welfare, but also strengthen the credibility and competitiveness as well as marketability of the MPFL. Very true. Very true. But it's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to see it
done,
come to actualization. Is the truth. It's one thing to get it done, another thing to see it come to actualization. So it's going to be very difficult, because you need to put 1 or 2 things in place before you can start to think of the league paying its players ₦1 million naira. This is a league where every team doesn't have a stake, no matter where they finish on the table.
Yeah.
It's just the winners of the MPFL that go home with the fat checks. Yes. So how do you now want, if not government presence, how do you want these teams to pay? You want to tell a privately owned team like Kun Khalifat FC
to
right
pay
now
players
to pay their
1 million.
players ₦1 million naira? Kun Khalifat, no be money be their problem. They were almost fighting amongst themselves. It's almost at a particular point this season, we heard that Kun Khalifat wanted to withdraw from the MPFL because of money. Then they will not hear or get a letter from Gbenga Elegbeleye, a letter coming from Gbenga Elegbeleye that from now on you have been mandated to pay your players ₦1 million naira each. Even Ikorodu City cannot stand it. So I think let's be silent about some of these statements. I don't want to call them unguarded, but let's be silent about some of these statements and just do the walking. Make sure that you walk behind the scene. When it is time for us to champion that players should be paid ₦1 million naira plus, we'll see it in the complexion of the MPFL.
It's now time.
Yes, we'll see it in the complexion of the MPFL. The MPFL will just stage your fair, nice. Then we'll see it clearly and we'll begin to push for it. For now, I think it's a good idea, but it's not something that is actualizable. Players being paid ₦1 million naira at least, I don't think so.
Okay, what do you make of what Honorable Gbenga Elegbeleye have said, that it's time for us to make the league credible? We need to strengthen the league, make it credible competitively and marketability. It's time for us to start paying the players ₦1 million naira per player. What do you think? Do you think it's feasible, or it's just let us talk so that they will know that we are talking? What do you make of that? We have Blessing in the studio. Blessing, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Benjamin. Good evening to Osas. Good evening, Port Harcourt City. It's nice to be here. We're on the Nigerian side of things this evening. I could just what Honorable Benga said. I would agree with Osas. Right now, it is not something that the Nigerian Premier Football League can afford to do. Private clubs can. Even government clubs, I'm not sure government clubs right now can afford to pay their players the minimum of +1 million naira. That is, they are saying, yes, some players would They are saying some players should receive more than that 1 million naira.
That's it. So the least they will
The
receive
least should be 1 million.
naira.
Yeah.
A million naira. And we're asking, fix TV rights for us first. Let's see these players on the television.
We never see TV for players for TV. So
God,
1 million naira.
this side is even a long side. Like Oza said or something also. When it is time, we would see it. We cannot view matches. Nigerians, they cannot view. We're not even talking about abroad. That is long. It's a long talk. We're talking about Nigerians here. We cannot view unless you go to the stadium. Now we talk about players, security for these players traveling from state to state. What is the security in place? Now injuries, when these players they get injured, how would they be treated? And you're going far talk about payment of 1 million naira. It is too much. It's a good initiative. It's something that is good if we are at that position. This is a right move at the wrong time. Let me use that word. It's a right move at the wrong time.
Okay, it's a right move at the wrong time. The words of blessing there. Do you think that what Honorable Benga Elegbele have said is feasible? 1 million naira minimum wage for the MPFL players, which means other players can earn more. But the minimum is 1 million naira. Do you think we have gotten to that stage, or a lot needs to be put in place, like security, traveling, the ways the players get to travel? You see, these players travel from Port Harcourt down to, let's say, Kanu by road. Security-wise, injury, what's the insurance? Do you think we still have enough to do before we get to talking about 1 million naira minimum wage for players? Now let's talk about the fixtures to expect. It's midweek fixtures. The second stanza of the Nigerian Professional Football League. Nasarawa United will be playing host to Kano Pillars. Castina United will host Kun Khalifa. Remo Stars will host Ikorodu City, while El Kanemi Warriors will host Bayelsa United. Shooting Stars will be up against Eyimba, and Zobu and Abia Warriors will be trading tackles with Plateau United. Kora United up against Bendel Insurance. Wiki Tourists against Warri Wolves. Bara FC against Niger Tornadoes. And finally, Rangers FC will be playing host to Rivers United at the Cathedral. All games will be played on Wednesday. Okay, let's talk MPFL transfers. Victor Ikechukwu has left Nigerian Professional Football League side El Kanemi Warriors. Ikechukwu contract was terminated by the Maiduguri side. The striker joined El Kanemi Warriors at the start of 2025 season. Ikechukwu managed only 6 appearances for the coach Suleiman's Dago side in the first round of the season. Now the decision is to leave Maiduguri. The decision to leave Maiduguri marks a new chapter in his career, allowing him the opportunity to explore new prospects and challenges in the football landscape. Ikechukwu previously played for Kun Khalifat FC. Now let's go to the Nations Cup.
We saw them up front. They were pressing. They were the ones doing all the pressing. And Mali was just hitting them on the counter attack. They sat back and waited for these people to come in, and then they hit them back. At the final minutes of the game, we saw Mali pressing more. That shows, first of all, that shows determination. And Mali, they were very determined. Throughout the group stages, they drew all 3 of their games, and people were like, what is this? What is that? What is this? Like, how would you draw all 3 of your games? But we have seen them against Tunisia. They held on. They held on to the last minute. That shows that they can really go far in this competition. That determination that they held against Tunisia, they wanted to go far. They also played beautiful football. My opinion is that if they were also 11 men with Tunisia, the game would have not even needed to go into extra time. It would have been finished at the normal 90 minutes regulation time. It would have not needed to go into penalties. Mali, you can look down on them, but they are one of the favorites. They are one of the favorites in this competition.
Okay, they are one of the favorites in this competition. Osas, do you think that it's Mali against Senegal? Do you think Mali can actually hurt Senegal, or you think Senegal can actually, show how supreme they are and take that one home?
I don't think Mali has a chance against Senegal. No, it's not. It's a no-brainer at this point for that Malian side. Started this tournament, they've not been really convincing right from the group stages. They were in the same group, I think, in the same group with Morocco. Group A, and they've not been really convincing for Mali. Picked up a draw against Zambia, picked up a draw against Morocco, and who was the last person they picked up a draw against? I think that was against Comoros. So Mali hasn't been really convincing. Even yesterday, in that game between themselves and Tunisia, even for Tunisia, very good attacking wise, but Tunisia has still got their lapses. They still got lapses, clearly, and you could see it yesterday in that game. But for Mali, courtesy of a penalty scored by converted by Siniayoko yesterday in the 96th minute, they were still able to stay alive in the African Cup of Nations. And the penalty game is anybody's game. It's down to the brilliance of the goalkeeper, the luck that you have as a team. Yes, and that was one of the reasons why you could see Mali go through on this one. But against the Senegal, you could see what Senegal played with Sudan same yesterday. Sudan took the lead early enough. Senegal came out pouring all that they had on Sudan.
And everybody can shoot in that Senegalese squad. Everybody
can shoot. The midfield is well structured. The forward line also. So against the Mali, I'm asking, what if you come across a team that takes the lead and you have to fight from behind? We've not seen Mali come from behind to fight in this tournament. It's not. We've not seen them do that. It's always been maybe they come from ahead and people come back and draw level. So what if you come up against a team that comes with that fighting spirit, takes the lead, increases the lead? What happens to you? Is it where your tournament will end? So I think
own. Who do you think will take this one? Now let's talk Super Eagles.
if you release your leg from the pace you started with your defense problem and the other team comes in, they would want to punish you. They would not just release their leg. Okay, you've given them chance and then you expect them to also relax. They would want to come at you, and you cannot afford to do that right now with how your defense is really shaky. You cannot afford to concede some goals and then you start fighting back. So the Super Eagles, that is just what they need to do tomorrow. If you start with that pace, that firing pace, just continue till the end of the game.
Okay, Osas, now quickly, let me ask you: do you think the Super Eagles is actually missing the leadership quality of the former captain of the side that just retired, William Troost-Ekong?
Why will I say they are missing the leadership quality of William Troost-Ekong? Has there been any event that has called for question into leadership? Wilfred indeed is doing a very, very good job. Actually,
no, I'm talking about in the back line. I'm talking about the back line now.
Calvin Bassey is there. Simi Ajayi is there. Troost-Ekong will not play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria forever. Even before retiring, he hasn't been the best of central defenders for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. In as much as we do not want to trade blames coming from his own end for some of the times, the reason why we are not going to the 2026 FIFA World Cup could also be traced to him. Those defensive errors that was seen. So it was more or less like the man understood that time is no longer. There is always that time in the life of every player where you know that age has come in and you have to just leave the stage for the younger ones to come in and do what they could do to improve the lot. So I think that's what it is. The Super Eagles are not missing any leadership qualities. Yes, they are missing the man William Troost-Ekong as a part of that team before, but no, there's nothing to question about the leadership. They've done really well for themselves and are still doing really well for themselves, and hopefully they'll continue to do the nation proud as they go on in the African Cup of Nations.
Okay, now the question here is, do you think Nigeria could actually end this game in 90 minutes, the game against the Mambas of Mozambique on Monday by 8 p.m. at the yesterday, do you think that game will get to 90 minutes? And what Brown Day is saying, do you think is right? There's no time to rewrite the mistakes. The way you started the game, end it that way. Score those goals. If you can score 5, score 5. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, your name and your location.
My name is Godwin Friday. I'm calling from Rokboko.
Godwin Friday from Rokboko. Go on with your contribution.
No, if you ask me, I believe Nigeria can kill the game in 90 minutes if they can bring up their Group A game. They should not relent. One problem we have in Nigerian national team is that they play first half as if they are biting. Second half, they come back with a very lazy and lazy attitude. That has cost us not going to the World Cup. That will be my contribution. But before I leave, let me also ask, what about Reliable Reliance?
Well, Reliable Reliance is no longer with us.
Okay, no problem then. Thanks.
All right.
You guys are doing great.
Thank you so much for your contribution there. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, your name and your location.
This is Lawrence calling from Rumosi.
Lawrence from Rumosi, go on with your contribution.
Yes, I key up to the words of Brian Day. If they start the game with high pressing pattern, they should end up with that. Then secondly, we are not missing the services of 2 seconds in a way. But in the back line, I think we are missing Benjamin Frederick. Because that guy was very solid. That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you there for your contribution. We are not missing Ekong, but we are missing Benjamin Frederick. For us, we are missing Benjamin Frederick. The phone line is still open, 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. Do you think we are missing Ekong? And what do you think about what Honorable Benga Elegbele said, that the players of MPFL should be any 1 million naira as minimum wage? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. I'm Chisco. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Chisco from Port Harcourt. Go on with your contribution.
See, my contribution is that if Nigeria can play the way they'll be playing the group stage, they will win the match. Hello?
Okay, is that all?
No, and the fact that in the defense, this we are not missing 3 seconds. This we are not missing him. Then there's something again I want to say. Yeah, presenter said that 3 seconds contributed for we not going to the World Cup. I don't think that is true. That own goal was a mistake. It can happen to anybody. That own goal was a mistake. The problem with that, Super Eagles did not prepare very well in that World Cup. When the World Cup group stage was made, the names alone, they feel that they have already qualified. So the truth of the matter is that you did not prepare very well in that World Cup. That is just my own contribution.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution there.
Thank you.
Okay, 0810-9510951. Phone line is still open. You can call into the show. Our WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. Now let's talk Super Eagles. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has insisted Nigeria focus remain firmly on winning the 2025 African Cup of Nations trophy after being named CAF Best Coach of the group stages. Now, the Franco-Malian tactician was honored by Confederation of African Football on Friday after guiding Nigerians through a flawless opening phase of the tournament in Morocco, with the Super Eagles winning all 3 group stages games against Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda. Now, quoting him, he said, "I am happy about the recognition, but I will like to give the credit to my backroom staff who worked tirelessly to make the team functional. The development is a good motivation for me, the players, and the entire squad." However, the coach was quick to play down the significance of the award, adding that this is not why we are here. We are here for something bigger and better. We will not get ahead of ourselves and think we are the best. We will continue to work hard and stay focused for every game as it comes. Nigeria 9-point haul placed them alongside Algeria, the only team to record a perfect group stage campaign. Now, the Super Eagles were also the most prolific attacking side in the group stages, scoring 8 goals through 6 different players. Ademola Lookman was also named in the CAF Group Stage Best 11, while Eric Chell received the top coaching honor. The Super Eagles, as we all know, will face Mozambique on Monday in the round of 16. 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, evening.
Evening, your name? Kabulobari.
Yes,
Go on with your contribution.
My issue is on this Benga Legbele. All the players made them pay them 1 million naira. Wait, make an act. When they don't try to talk with the enter person head, then they just sit down again, find another thing where they want to talk. See, this man, if they don't know what they will tell us, let them just go keep quiet now. Because as they talk about every player 1 million naira, like that Barao go go pay 1 million naira for one of their players, or let me say Ekiti. like if they keep it safe in this, they will be pay. Or let me say, Khalifa, they will be paying 1 million. This man, make them live. Instead, they will do find way make the football environment they okay. Maybe say people no go they work out for motor, they go play ball. You go enter motor from here, go Kano, go make them first find way, arrange stadium, arrange our transportation system before they go talk of players to go pay 1 million. Because if they talk that one, then they say Nigeria League don't die and do that. Because even the Rivers United, they no agree pay all the 11 players 1 million. For what now? We didn't they bring where they go they pay them 1 million naira. So make them first arrange our league. If they arrange the league well, make them bring private partner, make them do it. If they talk to the government, make it go pay 1 million. This one is not going to work. So make Benga and everybody make him find better things tell us about because we didn't they talk, we not follow. Then for Liverpool, I beg. And slot, I don't know how I want to take talk to that make it richer. That man, this match where we they lose today, if we lose them, then we lose them. Because we don't carry first son, join. Carry second son, join. Carry third son, join. Because all the three Netherlands people waiting for that match, nothing with three of them they play. I they tell you, Gakpo not they play anything. Driving back, not they play anything. Waiting do we know if drop all those players? Waiting happen to Fiesta, we know they see use Fiesta play ball. I don't blame him because in day for Liverpool, if he been there Chelsea, if I don't know when they by now, but I don't blame him. Make him lose. When he find God, he will see go. But I don't tell him, me never feel stop me to support Liverpool. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kablo Barry. Kablo Barry, see, it was in a Chelsea.
Not true talk now.
Oh my goodness, Kablo Barry, thank you for calling.
I know it is there to do.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, presenter.
Good evening, your name and your location.
Gabriel from Uzoba.
Gabriel from Uzoba, welcome.
Yeah. Concerning the payment of 1 million naira.
Hello, Gabriel. Oh, that's a drop call situation. 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. That's the number to call. Now, the WhatsApp and SMS, it's 0701 933 9962. Now, let me give you up to date what's happening in the other leagues, Europe top 5 leagues. Earlier on, Manchester United played out a 1-1 draw against Leeds United at the Elland Road. Everton in the 65 minutes are losing at home to Brentford. 3-0 it is. Newcastle United against Crystal Palace goalless it is. Tottenham Hotspur against Sunderland 1-0. And Fulham beating Liverpool 1-0 in the 56th minutes. By 6:30, we'll be seeing Manchester City at the Etihad lock horns with Chelsea. Now, in the Spanish La Liga, earlier on, Sevilla lost at home to Levante 3-0. Real Madrid in the 53 minutes winning Real Betis 2-0. By 6:30, we'll see Alaves play host to Real Oviedo, and same 6:30, we'll see Mallorca play host to Girona. In the Italian Serie A, Lazio losing at home to Napoli, 2 red cards to Lazio and 1 to Napoli. Fiorentina eventually winners, winning Cremonese 1-0, while by 6 o'clock we'll see Hellas Chievo Verona play host to Torino. By 8:45 we'll see Inter Milan host Bologna. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. Your name and your location.
Okay. Hi, I'm Joel calling from Port Harcourt, Illinois.
Joel calling from Illinois. Please up your volume a bit. Go on.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Definitely, I can hear you. Go on with your contribution.
Okay. Concerning the Nigeria match tomorrow, I'm hopefully that we will win the match tomorrow because. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on.
I say concerning the Nigeria match tomorrow, I'm hopeful that we're going to win the match. I'm coming out in flying colors tomorrow.
Okay.
The coach is doing perfectly well.
Okay.
He's trying all his best, and this period, I see the Nigeria players are inactive than before. So they are doing well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all? 0810-9510-951. Now in the French League 1, Marseille with 2 red cards losing at home to Nantes with Nantes 2-0. Le Havre playing out a goalless draw against Angers. Lorient playing out a goalless draw against Metz. All games in the 17th minutes. Brest against Angers goalless. By 8:45 we'll see PSG in that Paris derby against Paris FC. The African Cup of Nations knockout stage round of 16, Morocco against Tanzania. It's in the 32nd minute. Goalless it is at the moment. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Tony Hosfall.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Go on.
Yes. The match between Nigeria and Mozambique tomorrow, right?
Nigeria and Mozambique tomorrow.
Are we going up with Mozambique?
Yes, tomorrow.
Yes. But I don't want any mistake because this is a crucial period. Very, very crucial. Knockout stage. So if there's anything they can deploy to ensure perfection, they should do it. Especially the defense line is the most important thing of all. So, but I wish Nigeria, the best of luck. At least 2-0. Yes, in favor of Nigeria.
Okay, Tony Hosfall, thank you for your contribution.
All
right. 0810-9510-951. Osas, Florent Wirtz has scored back-to-back goals. Beat that.
Yeah. Congratulations to him.
It's not back to back.
It's onside. He's onside.
It's not back to back. The goalless draw against Leeds.
Okay. It's not back to back. Yeah, he missed one, but he has scored twice
This
now
is for you.
in quick succession. So Florent Wirtz, congratulations to him. The goals are now beginning to come in for Florent Wirtz. It was what we expected right from the beginning. How can you be signed with so much of resources as well as so much of expectations? The poster boy of German's Bundesliga side, Bayer Leverkusen, for last season, was part of that Leverkusen fairy tale run.
Unbeaten.
Yes, unbeaten run, and unseating the
dominance of Bayern.
of German Bundesliga. But coming here, the English Premier League has taken a toll from him, but he's beginning to understand the game. I think he's now beginning to understand the intensity of the English Premier League and how to navigate in the English Premier League. That's the reason why those goals are beginning to come in. So I think it's a huge one that takes. Hey,
what is happening to Alisson?
Hey, Alisson Becker. All right, it's okay. It's a huge one that takes the pressure off his shoulders right now. So I think most likely we'll be seeing Florent Wirtz turn up those assists and goals more and more right here. And Benjamin, I really don't know what is wrong with the goalkeepers of both sides. Leno and Alisson Becker. They are just showing us that they can make mistakes that would turn the complexion and the chemistry of this game. So I just hope a mistake doesn't come from a goalkeeper, because it's going to set their confidence 2 steps back. All right.
Okay. We have this one from the WhatsApp portal. This one says, where will they get 1 million naira to pay the players when fans don't go to the stadium to watch match? NS from Woji. 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, your name and your location.
I called, but I'm Chisco. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, go on with your contribution.
Sorry,
Chisco.
apart from Nigerian Mozambique match, who thought that match is taking place tomorrow? Hello?
Yeah.
I say, apart from the Nigerian Mozambique match, who thought that match is taking place tomorrow?
Okay, we'll get you updated with that.
Hello?
We'll get you updated with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 0810-9510-951. WhatsApp and SMS portal 0701-933-9962. Osas, let's talk tactics now. Which tactics do you think Eric Chell will be using to approach this game? Knowing that Frank Onyeka is out of it.
How is Frank Onyeka out of it?
He's still nursing injury. For now, we've not heard anything. We've not heard anything.
There's no official statement that Frank Onyeka will not be part of that mix. The only thing we know about the Super Eagles of Nigeria right now is that Cyril Dessers has returned back to Greece, to Panathinaikos.
Yeah.
We have Ryan Alegbosu.
He's just started training.
Returning back to training, so he's recuperating. Frank Onyeka is still in the mix. There is no news of Frank Onyeka missing from that side, so he will definitely be part of it. But even if Frank Onyeka is not part of it, we've seen the exploits of Raf Onyedika these days. I'm even having some sort of headache. I'm not Eric Chell, but I'm having the headache for him on how to combine Frank Onyeka and Raf Onyedika in that midfield. Because see, if the Super Eagles of Nigeria are going to win that game against Mozambique, it has to be a game where they win the midfield battle. Yes, they've got Dominguez in that midfield. Dominguez is highly experienced for the Mozambicans.
A veteran in that side.
So it's one thing that the Super Eagles must look out for. They must win the midfield battle. If you look at the game against Tanzania, the Super Eagles lost that midfield battle in the second half. That was why the Tanzanians were able to come in so hard that they were almost getting an equalizer in that particular encounter. But if you watch the game against Tunisia, the Super Eagles of Nigeria controlled the midfield for much part of that game, thanks to Frank Onyeka being in that midfield, because the captain of the side, Wilfred Ndidi, has lost a bit of steam. It's not the same Wilfred Ndidi that we used to know in his early 20s, mid-20s, A-days, yes. And he's beginning to retrogress a bit because of age, and he needs to have energetic midfielders around him. Yeah, he's got a cool head in that midfield. He's got an eye for the ball. He has got that experience that he brings into that midfield, but he needs some person who can mark. Raf Onyedika, Frank Onyeka can do that. So, but I'm looking at a case where both of them are even combined. But what happens to the formation? I think Eric Chell should stick to what has been working for him. The 4-3-3 has been working for him. Having Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, and most likely maybe Samuel Chukwueze or Akko Adams is what has been working for him. I think he should ensure that he sticks to that one and make sure that he utilizes these players for their quality very much. Alex Iwobi has been unleashed. I want to see him again tomorrow against Mozambique. How he has been making those in between the defense runs, those runs, and opening the defense with those defense splitting passes is what I want to see from Alex Iwobi tomorrow. So I think same old, the same tactics that he has been using. 4-3-3, go ahead with it. Have the players play at their comfort zone, which is what he has been doing. Everyone is playing from their natural position. So, and if that happens, I think the Super Eagles of Nigeria will have the upper hand.
Okay. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, your name and your location.
My name is Sinclair Jumbo. I call back on stream.
Okay, Sinclair Jumbo, go on.
Yeah, I want to talk briefly about the Nigeria-Mozambique match. I've seen the Mozambicans, they play very fluid ball like the and we need to really, just like you people are talking about in the studio, they need to really hold that midfield to make sure that they are not able to take control of the midfield. And when we do that, it will be easy to feed our guys. I don't know whether the coach is going to go for a fourth play or is going to play two strikers like he did in the last match with Osimhen and the tall huge. You know, but whatever formation the coach wants to play, Nigeria has to be in charge of the midfield. And if we can hold the midfield and score first, you know, that will make them to come out to try to equalize, and then we can hit them on the counter and score the second goal to kill off the match. You know, I wish the boy luck, because in this type of competition, when you get to the knockout, so sometimes stop play a little bit role, even when you have done all your work or your pick. So that's my take on the match. Thank you.
Okay, thank you there for your contribution.
Yes.
Phone line still open 0810-9510-951. I take the number again 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is there for your taking 0810-0701-933-9962. That's the number to send your thoughts. Your WhatsApp and SMS portal 0701-933-9962. For phone lines 0810-9510-951. Newcastle United have scored 2-0. Everton have drawn one back, 1-3 against Brentford. Tottenham Hotspur. Sunderland have equalized, 1-1 it is. Liverpool 1-1 it is. And like I said, by 6:30, the big one, Manchester City up against Chelsea. Osas, Manchester City against Chelsea.
I've said it before. No, I said it that it's going to be Manchester City's game to lose. Chelsea are not in the right frame of mind right now.
Why is nobody giving Chelsea?
Because they are not in the right frame of mind. You can't lose your manager on the first day of a year. Then you can't also lose one of the most important players in this particular encounter, being Moses Caicedo. And you are expecting to go all out and beat a Manchester City in their own backyard. Is at Etihad. A Manchester City who have found form. Manchester City are on a 8 games unbeaten run right now. They've been turning out results game after game. So if you feel that Chelsea will go to Etihad and beat Manchester City now, I think it's not going to be possible because, number one, Manchester City are chasing Arsenal with all the strength that they've got, and that was with all the strength that he has got there. I've not seen the name of that player. He would have made it 2-1 in favor of Sunderland at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But good enough, Vicario was able to parry that one over the bar and kept Tottenham Hotspur in contention for a point at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But back to what I was saying, Manchester City all the way, this period, they've got a better manager, definitely, even if Enzo Maresca was there. This is a better manager they've got in Pep Guardiola. They have the odds in their favor right now. They've got all the necessary players that are needed to see off this one. Strong, hale, hearty, and very fit. Rodri is back, don't forget. They've also got the advantage of the home crowd at this point. And what else? What do you think Chelsea has over Manchester City now? They for Manchester City, they are also motivated by the fact that they are chasing Arsenal on the heels. So it's for me, I see a whitewashing of Chelsea. Chelsea will be beaten today, but with nothing less than 3-0.
Wonderful. Blessing, are you giving Chelsea a chance going into this game, knowing that the players would want to play their hearts out, show the new manager that is coming that they can actually make the team? Do you think Chelsea can get something out of this game?
I would agree with us on this. There is nothing like playing of hearts out here. Chelsea have their house on fire, and they cannot right now. They have lost their manager, and there is no manager right now. There is no new manager that is going to be taking charge of this side. They're like ships without shepherd. And then we look at the fact that one of their key players, like Osa said, Moise Caicedo, is not fit right now for this game. The Chelsea side, they are not together. And we look at Man City. Man City has one of the best coach in the Premier League. Where we say the world, Seth?
Yeah, world football.
Yes, in world football, we have seen Man City, like as I said, they are chasing Arsenal. They would want to draw blood. They would want to do something. They would not just sit down. And yes, there are 4 gaps. Arsenal is ahead of them by 4 points. The gap is not too much. They know that they can do it. When they won against, when they took the title against Liverpool, I think they won with just 1 point.
1 point,
yeah, it was just 1 point. So they know that they can do it, and every point is crucial. And then look at Chelsea.
That's not being ahead of them with 7 points.
Okay, 7 points. They know that every point is crucial They know that every game is crucial. They are at home. They have a manager. And then Chelsea has nothing right now. If Chelsea wins this game, it is going to be a big shocker. A very big shocker. It's Manchester City all the way. They are definitely the favorites in this clash against Chelsea.
Okay, Manchester.
The Super Eagles come out to talk about.
Let me take this call. Sorry, let me take this call before we get to hear from you. Hello, good evening.
Yes, sir, good evening. One game.
Football without violence. Your name and your location.
This is Ambrose calling from Port Harcourt.
Ambrose calling from Port Harcourt. Go on with your contribution, Mr. Ambrose.
Although I don't have any contribution actually, I just want to know the time of the Man City Chelsea match.
6:30 it is. Manchester City versus Chelsea game.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, Blessing, please go on with your test.
Okay, when you see most coaches down the opposing side against the Super Eagles come out to talk in a press conference or something, mostly they would say we have devised a means to hold Victor Osimhen. We have devised a means to cage Victor Osimhen. It's always about Victor Osimhen. And I think that right now, Eric Shell and the Super Eagles management have already known that Victor Osimhen is that man that they would want to hold. There are other options. Ademola Lookman is there. We have seen him. Alex Iwobi, Samuel Chukwueze, and even Raphael Oyedika. We saw him when he came against Uganda. The chance he was given, we saw what he did with it. Victor Osimhen sitting on the bench, I don't think that is a good idea right now. He can be the, should I say, the number one man, while other people are coming out. We would have...
That was made in heaven if it would have gone in the game between Real Madrid and Real Betis. And who was that? A shot taken from outside the box towards the right-hand side, the right edge of the box, and it flew past Thibaut Courtois, curved in, and struck the far post. That's jersey number 17. Just at the edge of the box there, it would have been a wonder of a goal. Maybe could also go in for the goal of the season. Ooh.
That was a big miss. So as I was saying, Victor Osimhen sitting on the bench is not it for now. He can be that distraction. Yes, he can be the distraction that the Super Eagles need. While everybody is going forward for Victor Osimhen, there are other people elsewhere. Victor Osimhen is a prolific striker for the Super Eagles. He comes in when he is needed. He has always been giving his all for the Super Eagles, but there are also other people that are there. We have seen it in this tournament. We have seen that it's not only Victor Osimhen that can score the goals, that can bring in the goals for Nigeria. There are other people that can bring in the goals. Yes, focus on Victor Osimhen, no problem. I think most of the time, these countries they should I say want to underrate the Super Eagles, because what do you mean only Victor Osimhen? There are other people over there. But it's also good for the Super Eagles. Why they concentrate on him? We have other options that can come out to punish these teams.
Okay. Well, it's 90 minutes. Everton 1, Brentford 4, Newcastle United 2, Crystal Palace 0, Tottenham 1, Sunderland 1, Fulham 1, Liverpool 1. By 6:30, we'll be expecting Manchester City versus Chelsea. While in the La Liga, earlier on I said Sevilla lost at home 3-0 to Levante, while Real Madrid are beating Real Betis 3-1. 78 minutes on the clock. By 6:30, we'll see Alaves play host to Real Oviedo, while by same 6:30, we'll see Real Mallorca play host to Girona. In the Serie A, Lazio lost at home 2-0 to Napoli. Fiorentina were 1-0 winners over Cremonese, while Hellas Verona would play host to Torino by 6 o'clock. By 8:45, we'll see Inter Milan, former champions, play host to Bologna. While in the French League 1, Marseille lost at home 2-0 to Nantes. Le Havre are winning 1-0 it is against Angers, while Lorient are losing at home to Metz. Brest are winning at home to Angers. By 8:45, we'll see PSG against Paris in the local derby. Halftime it is. In the round of 16 of the African Cup of Nations, Morocco, the host, 0. Tanzania, 0. Asas, is this game turning into one of those games that will spring out surprises? Halftime, goalless.
I don't think it's turning into any game that will spring up surprises. What we're expecting that Morocco was going to run over Tanzania. This is the knockout stage of the African Cup of Nations. Even if you're not highly placed, you tighten up your belts. We saw what Sudan did yesterday. It had to take the brilliance of the likes of Sadio Mane, the likes of Papi Gueye, the likes of Ismail Assar in that particular encounter to see that the Teranga Lions got back into that game. So I think it's what it is at this point. Morocco will have to search really, really deep to ensure that they unlock the Tanzanians. This is not the group stage where you just throw everything. So it's better in a knockout stage, if you know you don't have the firepower, just hold it down, try to drag your opponent to the penalty part of the game, because that could give you so much of opportunity or advantage, especially if you have a goalkeeper who is well poised for penalties. And also, as I said, I do say penalty is a no man's game. It's a game of luck, so your luck could also shine, and you find yourself getting the better of your opponent. So maybe that is what Tanzania is trying to do at this point. So Morocco has got 45 minutes plus the extra time if it goes into, to ensure that they don't go into penalties against Tanzania, because if they do, the host going out on penalties, I don't know how it will feel at this point, but it will definitely be one to remember.
Okay, now Blessing, if it gets to penalty, do you think Tanzania could win?
Just like Osa said, penalties is any man game. Anybody could actually win penalties. It can be Tanzania, it can be Morocco. We saw during the AFCON. That was, I think, for semi-finals, Nigeria versus South Africa. We saw how Nigeria actually performed in the penalties. We saw how they performed in the penalties, and they knocked out South Africa with penalties. Then we looked at the World Cup qualifiers versus DR Congo. It also went to penalties. But what did we see the Super Eagles of Nigeria doing? It was a different case altogether. So basically, it is penalties. Anybody can win. It takes a lot to be able to drag on a game down to penalties. If they drag it on to penalties, Tanzania might go on. It is the brilliance of the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper might just go on and then save like two goals, or save like 3 balls that were supposed to be goals. Penalties, any man game. Anybody can win it, either Tanzania or Morocco.
Okay, penalties, any man's game. 0810 951